Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a great Monday so far. We've got a big risk ahead of us today, moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for severe weather. But first, let's see who we have in the chat so far today. We have Tornadic Rebel, Cody, Proxy, as well as Kenny, Misty, Studios, Hoop, Johnny, Caleb, and everyone else who is in the chat who I may have forgotten to welcome. Or if you're just now tuning in, may not be chatting, glad to have you here for another stream. Just going to double check a few things. I think we're already good to go. Double check a bit more stuff. Yeah, we are good to go. So let's go ahead and switch over to our main scene. And everything looks good enough. It looks good enough to me. So big day, big day ahead. Moderate risk for severe storms out here across portions of South Dakota, Minnesota, back into Iowa. A big time risk upgrade early this morning, went from a marginal to a moderate. So went all the way from, or rather a slight risk, my bad. Slight risk level 2 out of 5 all the way to a moderate 4 out of 5. Some areas here in Iowa also just recently got upgraded to a moderate risk as well. In the 1630Z update, which was 12:30 Eastern time, it got upgraded from a slight to a moderate risk out here across portions of Iowa. This portion of Iowa was upgraded from a slight to a moderate. So yeah, pretty big risk upgrade overall. The newest update at 4 o'clock, there was no big changes. They slightly expanded the moderate a little bit closer to Waterloo, but didn't push it into Waterloo. So we have a slightly bigger moderate on that new update, which was about 45-ish minutes ago. So overall, we're at a pretty significant threat for severe weather. Like I said, went from a slight to a moderate this morning, and then portions of Iowa went from a slight to a moderate risk early this afternoon. That newest update, just very small changes to the moderate risk zone. Biggest change at the 4 o'clock update was that removal of the slight risk in southwest North Dakota, northeast South Dakota, and southeastern Montana. Yep, finally got to 10,000 for like the 5th time. I'm surprised it didn't go down overnight. I'm really surprised it didn't go down earlier this morning. It stayed above 10,000 this time. So that's really good. But yeah, a very, very long live stream ahead of us. You guys are going to be stuck here with me forever. So I hate to tell you, but I'm going to be here for quite a while. So hopefully that won't be the case, though. Who knows? Maybe this will be a big time underperformance risk. But personally, I really don't know what's going to happen. This is another derecho type setup, another ring of fire with a big area of jet stream on the northern side of the high pressure, and it's a lot of uncertainty. This could either go for no, it's going to be 4+ hours easily, Caleb, for sure. We'll be here till at least 9 Eastern minimum. So it could either go for a couple clustered severe storms here, or we could be looking at a full-fledged derecho with 100-mile-an-hour winds. Some model runs have shown even 110 to 120-mile-an-hour wind gusts being possible later on this afternoon, but I don't really know exactly how it's going to play out. These storms have just fired, and they are both already significant for hail. Tornadoes won't be a huge issue for today's event. You know, we're going to have the occasional tornado warning here and there, but the only way we get a really good like tornado outbreak or multiple tornadoes today is if we get a strong derecho or very well-orientated MCS to form. Outside of that, these storms firing right now, they are very elevated. I know there's already been a wall cloud reported on this storm to the southwest of Chamberlain, or we'll go with that, in South Dakota, but it seems like these are very elevated. Your dew points, which is your moisture, is about 70, but your temperatures are like 90 to 95. So you've got a big dew point and temperature spread there, meaning that when storms fire, your clouds are going to be higher off the ground. If you have, what we look for is like the perfect temperature dew point spread is typically considered between like 5 and 10. That's like the absolute on the money dew point temperature spread. Anything more than 15 or even sometimes more than 10, and you could be looking at more elevated structures. So we're definitely not on the money. We are definitely nowhere close to 5 and not even close to 10 degree temperature dew point spreads. Much of South Dakota is, well, there's your severe thunderstorm watch, but much of South Dakota is going to be in that much higher spread. Now, central and northern South Dakota, because we had some convection earlier and we still have convection ongoing in central South Dakota, there is some spots back up here near Prairie that has that 10 degree temperature dew point spread. But where we have that more surface-based structure, we lack in wind shear. So overall, it's just not a good combination for what's going to happen tornadic-wise. It just doesn't seem likely to see a bunch of tornadoes today. We did get that new severe watch. Let's see here. Looks like they have not gone with PDS. Yeah, this is a 80/70, so I believe this is a 10% off of being a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. So they've opted to not go for a PDS severe watch out here in a good chunk of South Dakota, eastern South Dakota as well. So there's your new severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. Yeah, it is not PDS. I just had to double check that. So this goes until 11 o'clock Eastern time. Main threat is damaging winds followed by hail, and then we could see a spin-up tornado or two. So we're looking at damaging winds, widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with a couple wind gusts likely approaching 80 to 90 miles per hour. And then hailstones, we're likely going to see multiple 1 to 2 inch in diameter hailstones. Could get one up to 3 inch in diameter. And tornadoes, we could see a brief tornado or two, but like I mentioned before, that tornado threat is going to be a little bit lower as a whole. And actually, scratch that. The wind threat is 90 mile an hour winds likely with wind gusts of 100 to 110 miles per hour possible. So we're looking at 90 mile an hour winds are pretty much expected to occur today, with 3 inch hail pretty much expected to occur today as well. So we could be looking at hailstones potentially as large as 4 inch in diameter and damaging winds as strong as 100 to 110 miles per hour. So don't ask me why that's not PDS severe watch worthy. I think it's only 10% off, but probably with that wording, I'm honestly quite surprised it's not a PDS watch right there. If you don't know what PDS means, it means particularly a dangerous situation, which is, a high-end scenario. That would be a high-end severe watch, very high-end severe watch. Or, if you get warnings, you could get warnings that are PDS as well. Thankfully, we don't have any PDS severe warnings right now, but that's going to change. We're definitely going to see a PDS warning for a minimum of 80 mile an hour winds later today. Wouldn't be shocked if we get one of 90 to 100. Anything more than 100 mile an hour winds, I feel like, once you cross over that 100 mile per hour threshold, that's when it starts to get just absolutely insane. And it's very rare to see any severe warning greater than 100 miles per hour. 100 mile an hour severe is rare, but like 110, 120, that's sometimes we don't even get that once a year. So I wouldn't rule out a gust of 100 to 110 today if we can get a really good storm going. Now, in terms of what's going to happen today, well, shoot, model guidance is all over the place. Really no good handle on what's going to happen today. If you tuned into yesterday's live stream rather late in yesterday's stream, we talked about the potential for a derecho kicking off as early as 8 a.m. Well, that didn't happen. And instead, we're seeing a more sloppy, messier mode. I mentioned that on Twitter 2 days ago when I first talked about this threat of a derecho, of a potential messier mode here that could unfold. And that messier mode, still, it looks like we're going to manage to see an MCS form out of this. A derecho is possible, but in my opinion, I don't think we're going to see a derecho unless we can get a really good organized line to get going. Remember, the new derecho criteria is, I believe it's 400 miles now. We've said it multiple times. I'm pretty sure it is 400 miles from when the first severe storm that is over 50 miles in length is issued, and then it goes all the way until the storm finishes being a severe storm, and it has to produce multiple 75 plus mile an hour wind reports, and it has to stay severe for 400 miles. So just like as an example here, pretend and imagine that we get a severe thunderstorm warning worth like how large this cluster is, right? So that's about 80 miles from north to south. That would meet the definition lengthwise. And if this produces widespread 75, 80 mile an hour winds, it would have to travel all the way over to the edge of the enhanced. So we would have to go from almost the end of the enhanced risk here to almost the end of the enhanced risk here in order to be classified as a derecho. Just to put in perspective how long that storm is going to have to last. I just don't see a way how we see that today. I think it's possible, but I'm not anticipating it at the moment. So we'll see, but you never know. Regardless of if we see a derecho, these clusters here or an MCS or Boeing segments, whatever we see, will be capable of producing 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. Lucky was live earlier today, not but about 30 minutes ago, and the HRRR was simulating wind gusts as high as 118 miles per hour with this cluster going off to the east-northeast. So even though we may not see a wild derecho today or something absolutely historic, we could still see little clusters or discrete storms or embedded line segments, whatever we see, because the storm mode is so uncertain, could still produce 100 mile an hour winds, which is well worth a moderate risk for severe weather. And there is uncertainty on the northern extent of this. We do have to watch. There is a scenario, the MPAS models, which I looked at with Lucky, those were the most aggressive with today, showing a derecho, very confident in a derecho forming. And looks like the newest one is dead wrong. So I'm going to go to an older run. I'm going to try to find a run that is similar to convection we're seeing now. I'm going to go through all three of the main MPAS models here. So it is, what, 21Z? None of them are really that great, but it just depends on what this convection does here. That's probably what's going to make today the most uncertain. I'm very uncertain on the northern side of our risk area. When I checked, WOFIS was not running, but maybe it is running now. I checked like 2 hours ago and it wasn't running. It is still not running, so they, for some reason, don't have WOFIS today. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like a bunch of additional models that are created for short-term forecasts. So model runs, normally we look at models for, 2 days all the way to 7 days out. This model run is specifically created for day of and like 4 hours ahead of time. So it's very accurate in the extreme short term of things. It ran because that was the potential for a historic event, Kenny. There was a moderate risk in the Kansas City area for the first time in like a lot of years. I don't know how long, but the first time in a very long time, Kansas City was under a moderate risk for excessive rainfall, and they ran it for that reason. It wasn't actually ran because of the 5% risk for tornadoes. So these storms, like I mentioned before, going to stay very elevated today. We're not anticipating a ridiculous tornado threat. We could still see a brief tornado or two, especially if we could get a good line going. But really today is going to be a damaging wind threat. First off, it's going to be a hail threat, which is what we're dealing with now. And then as things grow a bit upscale, that could increase the tornado threat as well as the hail threat. And then eventually everything's going to congeal into a clustered mess, MCS or derecho. And that's going to greatly increase damaging winds. Yeah, I think NATOcast has a 3% tornado risk today. Yeah, NATOcast has a big 2 and 3% tornado risk today. And then it has a 5% back up into Quebec. No, it don't got no 5%. The 12Z model did, but not the new one. Not the new one. All right, so these storms, if you're in either one of these severe thunderstorm warnings, make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. Again, very elevated convection here. We're dealing with very elevated, pretty high-topped supercells here. So they are going to be able to rotate. We could even get an isolated, brief, quick tornado out of them. But that tornado risk is going to be a lot more difficult to achieve today, especially compared to what we were seeing yesterday. We don't have any ridiculous, well-placed boundaries. And this southern storm's getting away from the boundary. What time is it? 4:55? Okay, we'll wait like 20 minutes before I show you guys the meso-analysis. Then we'll do a deep dive into things with meso-analysis. But outside of South Dakota, we are having a few severe storms back out here in Montana. We've got some severe storms ongoing here. Most of these will just stay as 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 to 1.5 inch hail. Could get the isolated 2-inch hailstone or the isolated 70-mile-an-hour wind gust today in Montana, but overall, it's not a very, it's not a high-end threat for severe weather. But there is a chance for an isolated significant event of 70-mile-an-hour winds and or 2-inch hail. And then back out here, down into Georgia, we've got one severe that is expired right now, actually, that has been canceled. And I think that's about it. Yeah, we really don't have anything else. That is it. We really just have the severe weather in Montana, and then our big boy, moderate 4 out of 5 out here in South Dakota and surrounding regions. Again, if you're just now tuning in, there's your risk for today. Very high-end risk by the Storm Prediction Center, just strictly for damaging winds. The hail threat remains at a 15 significant, even though they do mention 30 to 30. No, we're not with damaging winds. They do mention, I did that yesterday too. They do mention 3 to 4 inch hail being possible. So, probably should have upgraded that to a 30 sig hail threat there because they really increased their wording on the newest watch really increased wording on the hail threat there. Damaging winds, that's your main reason for the moderate. Big 45 hatched risk there for, I believe, over 1.5 million people. I'll go double check that because I haven't checked in a little while. Actually, over 1.2 million people. Over 1.2 million people under the gun in that 45 hatched risk. In the hatched risk as a whole, which is this black hatched area, there is over 6.5 million people under the gun for damaging winds of possibly 70 to 75 plus miles per hour. And in that red hatched area, there is about almost 4.5 million people in that red enhanced risk 30 hatched wind threat. Tornado risk, there is indeed a 5% tornado risk today, but I just don't see a way how that performs at all. I just don't see a way how that performs, like, at all. Not one bit. We could see a brief tornado or two, but I really don't think we're going to be dealing with a good tornado threat today. So overall, the moderate risk is strictly for damaging winds. That's what warranted the risk upgrade from slight to moderate earlier this morning. If you are in the pink hatched shaded area, you do want to prepare for 80-mile-per-hour winds being a very real possibility. We also could see wind gusts approach as high as 100 miles per hour in portions of this moderate risk area, depending on how our convective evolution goes. So prepare for that worst case scenario of 80 to 100 mile per hour winds and hope for the best. Many people are not going to see much, severe weather. There's a lot of people in this risk area who are going to dodge the worst of this severe storm and this outbreak of severe storms. But whoever does get hit by severe storms today will likely end up being a significant severe weather threat. We just got to figure out exactly where that setup's. The latest model guidance really hints towards this area being the greatest severe threat today, but that could easily shift a little bit more north or south. But I can guarantee you, definitely not everybody in the red or the pink area is going to see severe storms today. Many of you, even in that moderate risk area, are going to end up being perfectly fine with nothing more than light rain. But there is that chance, in my opinion, especially around the Sioux Falls area, for 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. So you need to be ready for that worst case scenario. Just to show you one of the scenarios today, this is the HRRR here. And you can see it really has the greatest wind threat being on the southwest side of our moderate risk area. And then storms weaken as they move outside of that area into Iowa, further into south central Minnesota. Again, this portion of the risk area, that is what I'm most uncertain on. I really don't know what's going to happen like a couple miles north of Sioux Falls. There looks to be a lot of uncertainty about this portion of our risk area. This could verify in so many different ways. This could just easily end up verifying or underperforming. The evolution of today is super uncertain. All right, let's take a look here at radar again. So storms still strengthening here in Spring Creek. And it looks like our storm here, I almost want to say it is weakened a bit on that latest scan. Looks like it's weakening a little bit on that newest frame. What are you on about? NOAA's now been using AI tech for these forecasts, so they've been off for months. Bring back human brains. Give me just a second. Slight risk. Let's see. It might not be on here, actually. Nope, it's not on here. I'm going to go pull up the SPC real quick. This is the SPC. We scroll down here. Where do they put it? Where do they put the person who made the Outlook? I forget sometimes, but it's somewhere on here. Oh, it's up here, isn't it? Yep, there you go. Right there. Right there. Forecaster. It's still made by humans. Now, they do use AI things, and FYI, those AI things are becoming the future. AI technology, especially with weather forecast, is becoming the future and becoming extremely, extremely accurate. We are going to get a new AI HRRR sometime. I think it next year. I haven't seen an update on it, but I'm pretty sure it will be like next year or something. We're going to be getting an AI HRRR. And we also have a AI Euro model. We also have an AI Google model. And the AI Google, the AI Euro for hurricanes and tropical systems have already been proven to be some of the most accurate hurricane models so far. And we don't have, I don't know if we have any AI cams yet, but I know there's a lot of experimenting happening with that. And NATOcast, which is partially used with AI, is one of the more accurate tornado forecasts that the National Weather Services end up incorporating to their outlooks and discussions. NATOcast is used by meteorologists and the SPC. But AI is becoming really, really useful. It's becoming really useful. And getting very accurate, too. What's this radar? Okay, that's not the... Keep an eye on that little thing right there. The radar back out in western South Dakota, which is further away, definitely has a good mid-level cyclone going. But you know, we're going to see mid-level cyclones with this. It's just going to be very difficult, especially with the elevated environment these storms have, for them to actually bring that closer to the surface and attempt to produce tornadoes. Yeah, I don't know if they use it yet, but I know for sure we're going to see an HRRR AI model. The one we have right now that is available to the public is not yet AI. But they are going to make an AI HRRR. Let's see. All right, so yeah, that's severe watch. Just heads up there, it does go till 11 Eastern. This severe watch we have here across South Dakota, Nebraska, goes till 11 o'clock Eastern. If you are wondering why those in Iowa or Minnesota aren't under a severe watch, you will be put under a severe watch later on this, probably late this evening, even into the night hours. I don't know exactly when a severe watch will be issued out here, but I know for sure it's going to be, you know, a bit late. Probably around the time frame of around or just after 8 Eastern. There is actually one county in Minnesota currently under a severe watch. That's in west central Minnesota. Also, this storm is starting to strengthen. I'm a little surprised we don't have a special weather statement or even a severe on it. You can see that from satellite imagery that its echo tops have gotten a lot higher over the last few frames, indicating it is on a intensification trend here. And also with the northern one too, I don't know exactly where those guys are going to go. So I don't know if that's going to end up being strong to severe storms. But this southern one here, it is in the severe watch, so we'll have to watch that to see if it ends up getting a warning here or not. There's an update to our severe warning here for Spring Creek, South Dakota, and it is still a significant severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75-inch hail, and it is also one for 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 38 minutes. So just make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and be close to your safe spot because it is a significant severe thunderstorm warning. So it's not a bad idea to go to your safe spot if it gets a little rough out there. And then this is also still a significant severe as well. For 1.75 inch hail. Elsewhere, we do have a new severe out here in Ohio for 0.75 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. And I think that's the only other severe outside of Montana. And oh, yep, there's your new severe out here, 70 mile an hour winds for Highmore. So there you go. They just went from literally no severe to a significant severe, issuing a 70 mile an hour considerable severe, also 1.5 inch hail possible there. It says for the next hour, but that's not true. It's actually not for like the next direct hour. Let's see. It is until... I don't think it says the until here. Yeah. That needs to be fixed here on WeatherWise because it says expires in 1 hour. But it's actually 1 hour and 7 minutes. So it's actually a little longer than 7 hours. 7 hours? 1 hour. Gracious day. English difficult. So that's a significant severe for 1 hour and 6 minutes now. So that will be till 6:15. 6:15 Eastern. Which is 5:15 Central Time. And this is heading towards our moderate risk area. I mean, that's going right towards the northern side of our moderate, which this is the exact area I was talking about with the most uncertainty in severe weather happenings. So, yeah, that's definitely fired in an interesting spot. It's the most weird... Most of the time, it's the most weird evolution of severe storms that end up becoming a derecho. A lot of the times, like we had the couple severes in southeast Montana back on the 20th in June, and just out of nowhere, it started exploding. Everything started merging, and before you knew it, we had 100 mile an hour winds and a rear inflow jet with 100 to 110 mile an hour winds. So we'll see if all these can somehow merge all together here over the next... It might take like 4 to 5 hours. It literally might take 4 to 5 hours before this stuff really congeals into a good line. But the HRRR model is dead wrong for today. I said it on Twitter. I'll also say it here. If you're just using the HRRR to forecast today, you're going to be in for a big surprise because it's terrible. HRRR is doing terrible. Let me go back over here. There we go. So all three of these severes are significant severes still. So if you're in any of these severe warnings, you need to make sure you're away from doors and windows and stay close to your safe spot. This one up here in Highmore is significant for damaging winds, and then the other two are for hail of 1.75 inch in diameter. No tornadoes are imminent at this moment. There's no tornado warnings or possible severes, although I am definitely watching this very closely near Spring Creek for the potential of tornadic activity eventually. Right now, it's a little bit messy. You know, you could kind of make out a supercell right in here, right? A good, what looks to be classic supercell trying to form, but it's got very messy convection on its west-southwest. Also note the boundary in place back out in here. So if that convection to its west can dissipate or merge well enough and that boundary really gets going, this definitely could help it become more surface-based and in return help increase the tornado threat drastically with this storm. So the greatest tornado threat is definitely going to be focused with this storm here over the next 30 or so minutes. Outside of that, we're going to have to wait to see if any other storms try their best to rotate. But definitely staying as mainly a hail and wind threat at the moment, which is what we're going to be dealing with throughout the entirety of the day. We're really going to be staying with damaging winds and large hail being the main issue today. There's an extension of that severe. So that new severe, which says it's for an hour, but is probably wrong. There you go. It goes until 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. So that's, what, 42 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, 47. My bad. Math difficult, too. 47 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning till 6 o'clock Eastern. And that is for 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So by definition, this is actually not a significant severe. So the old severe is still significant on it, but the newest severe has been downgraded to a ordinary severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to GR2. So you can see the more highlighted yellow polygons. Those are significant severes, and you can see the one non-significant severe here in South Dakota. And everything in Montana is still normal severes, although a lot more severes now up there. We're up to, what, 5? Yeah, 5 normal severes up there in Montana now. All right, it is 5:15 Eastern, which means it's 15 minutes past the top of the hour, which means we have a new meso-analysis. So let's go ahead and take a look at this together. The only thing I've taken a look at is what it, for some reason, was on, which is Supercell composite, which is crazy, but this is probably dead wrong. Apparently 36 Supercell composite behind what looks to be pretty much behind the warm front there. Oh no, your warm front is, so your low is back out probably off the screen there, northeastern Colorado. And your warm front stretches. There's no very clear change in wind direction. There's only very subtle wind change right out in here. So no clear warm front. The last meso-analysis, there was a very clear wind change there. But we'll just go with your warm front being where the instability axis is. So your warm front is going to be located... Oh, that's a tornado warning. Warm front's generally up there. And your low pressure is very broad low. A very, very broad low located in this general area here. A little off the screen too. And so your cold front is back out barely off the screen as well. So the main activity is going to be on and just to the south of that boundary. So this is going to be where our main activity is focused for today. And let's just go through some ingredients. So this is instability, and we have that is overperforming more than I can say overperforming. We are up to widespread 7,000 to pockets of 8,000 surface-based instability in Nebraska. And we are up to 6 to 6.5 thousand instability ahead of our main event here in southern South Dakota. So big time overperforming on the surface-based instability department there. The HRRR was saying maximum instability about 5,200. We've got 8,000 in Nebraska with 6.5K where supercells are actively firing. Wind shear is expected to be very low today. Much of this is just going to be 50 to 100, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH until the sun sets. So a lot of our tornadic activity is going to be it's going to be associated with either vorticity from the low pressure or from a boundary. Let's go to our apparent tornado warning, and it's going to be with this storm here, just to the, where was that town at? Just to the southwest of Chamberlain. So that is a tornado warning for the next 43 minutes there across south central South Dakota. What's severe warned? What you mean? I didn't say anything about a severe warning. Last time I mentioned a severe warning was with this one, which was extended. And this also another extension there, now for a significant severe 1.75-inch hail. Let's go back to mesanalysis, though. This is your newest surface observations. And yay, we got a lack of surface observations right where our supercells are firing. Nearest one shows an elevated, very elevated profile, 93/73, which again, anything more than about 15 is going to be more elevated. So definitely 20 temperature degree dew point spread is very much elevated characteristics there. So overall, definitely big time wind bag. Definitely a really, really solid look. That's your downdraft instability. Really solid look there for damaging winds. And also large hail, 3 to 4 inch in diameter too, because of that more elevated profile. Tornadic activity, really a bit surprised we even have a tornado warning on that storm, because really our tornado should be limited to really 3 things. If we get an MCS to get going, boundary action, or just after sunset when those temperatures come down and our lower level wind shear increases. So I'm actually quite a bit surprised this is tornado warned here for 41 minutes. Out there in south central South Dakota, bit surprised. Still going to watch this supercell here towards Spring Creek. We're going to watch that closely to see if a boundary interaction or something can happen there to increase the potential for a tornado there. Let's see. Cedar Rapids / Iowa City. So you're on like the edge of our enhanced risk area, which is a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. If anything does happen out there, it's going to be late, probably close to, let's see, what time is that? That's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., probably close to about 3 a.m. your time is going to be when storms have a chance to roll through. But there is a lot of uncertainty because storms will probably end up weakening by the time they get to you. However, that's not a guarantee. There is a lot of uncertainty on the evolution of today's event. So I'd be ready for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We could get gusts a little bit higher than that if the line's not weakening. But we won't know the extent of our severe threat out in Iowa until like when storms get to Iowa, which will probably be about 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central is when they'll get to northwest Iowa. New severe, so they did actually decide to put a severe warning on our far northern storm here, which is outside the severe thunderstorm watch area, pointed that out as well. That is now a normal severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds for the next 55 minutes. That's severe warning for the next 55 minutes. Montana has a few severes as well. All those are normal severes, though. 3 severe warnings and a tornado warning for this one storm just south of Chamberlain in south central South Dakota. So make sure if you're in that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in that red highlighted tornado warning there, which is just barely north of Road 44, south of I-90. And then if you're in any of those yellowish polygons, make sure you are at least away from doors and windows. If not, stay very close to your safe spot because things could get a bit rough. And if you do start to see some large hail or winds start picking up and seeming significant, then it's best to go to your safe spot. I keep comparing the current radar to the HRRR. It's just completely different. In 30 minutes, the HRRR says we'll have a couple supercells here, which is actively firing, but it literally has no storms in this area and no storms up in this area. So it's handling the southern portion of our risk area okay, but the northern portion it's completely dead wrong about. That's our highest in severe thunderstorm warning of the day so far. That is up to 2-inch hail, which is still a significant severe, but it is the largest hail we've seen out of a storm today. So also a TOR possible tag introduced on that, 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible tag on that new severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern South Dakota. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot. If you're in the tornado warning here, make sure you are in your safe spot. Also, they upgraded our severe storm here in Highmore in central South Dakota. This is now the strongest storm of the day with 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds, both significant hazards there being radar indicated here going into Highmore over the next couple minutes in central South Dakota. We'll continue to watch this Supercell as it tries to get its act together. But at the moment, too many storms are firing, making that very, very clustered and messy. All right, I'm going to go back here. See if I can give you guys any new information. Yeah, the new HRRR, it's almost done rendering. It, like, after 11 o'clock, which is when these storms are supposed to get towards the moderate, it just decides to have the storms die out at 11 o'clock Eastern time. The HRRR is not handling today's event well at all. I can tell you that for sure. So we're going to keep using radar and meso-analysis to forecast. Really don't want to be looking at models too much. Another thing we're dealing with here for the next few hours is a radar dead zone. You may notice our radar data has looked a little bit more wonky than normal. Closest radars here, we have one in Rapid City in South Dakota, one in Threeford, Nebraska, one in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and then one back up here in Aberdeen, Northeast South Dakota. Main risk area for today, at least at the moment, what we're tracking is pretty much right in between all four of these radars. Right in the middle of all four of these radars is where our main risk is ongoing. Now, as these storms move east, we are going to start using a lot more of the Aberdeen radar site, and then our main radar of the day will definitely end up being Sioux Falls. That radar site, southeastern South Dakota, is going to end up being our main radar of the day. But just take note, if you are looking at storms with your own radar, take note of how far the radar may be correlated to these severe storms, because that could easily affect all sorts of things. Create a lot of corruption. All right, let's go back here. Make sure this radar is in a good spot as well. So still the tornado warning in effect here for the next 34 minutes. Make sure you are in your safe spot. That's the only active tornado warning. Outside of that storm, there's nothing else that is tornadic. Nothing else really looks of concern tornado-wise. They just upgraded this severe as well. Now significant 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and TOR possible. So all these are significant severes for this one storm. It's like it strengthened, and then it weakened about 20, 30 minutes ago, and then it re-strengthened again. It doesn't know what it's doing. But yeah, these storms exploded very, very quickly. Very quickly. So, once again, this is our SPC outlook for the day. In that yellow area, that's a level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Orange is 3 out of 5. And red is a level 4 out of 5 for severe weather. So make sure you are hyper weather aware, especially in those orange and red areas. Most specifically in that red area, we could see damaging winds as high as 100 to 110 miles per hour. The greatest area at risk, in my opinion, is the west to southwest side of this moderate risk area. That's where I think we have the best chance for destructive damaging winds today. And just like I said earlier, even if you're in this orange and red area, there is still a good chance you don't see severe weather. As you can see here, with these severe storms in this orange area, there's 3 areas that are seeing severe weather. So anybody behind that, this entire portion of our enhanced risk, which is probably not very large, yep, just this small little sliver, everybody in this small sliver of the enhanced risk is probably not going to see anything more than light rain today, as the main storms have already pushed off to the east-southeast. Yep, I've been live for almost an hour now, Catman. Once that storm went severe in south-central South Dakota, that's when I was preparing to go live, and then I went live shortly after. Alright, let's see. Oh, there you go. Another new strongest storm of the day. And this is actually observed, which means it's likely been reported. If we can see, no reports here popping up on Radar Omega. But likely we had a report of 2.5-inch hail. That's what observed means. So let's see if this says what it was reported by. Okay, public reported. There you go. So public has reported 2.5-inch hail falling with this storm in Spring Creek in south-central South Dakota. So that is observed 2.5-inch hail with that storm. They did also just update this severe storm for Highmore, again for like the 4th time. Went from 60-mile-an-hour winds to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Then it went from 1.5-inch hail to 2-inch hail. And now this update, it is gone for a possible severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are in Highmore, in central South Dakota, you need to be away from doors and windows and be very close to your safe spot, as this storm could potentially try to rotate in the future. It is dropping likely around 2-inch in diameter hail, and also could produce 70-mile-per-hour winds here over the next 45 minutes or so. And it will be in Highmore here in about 10 minutes. This is in central South Dakota. Funnel on the tornado warning. Gotcha. Not too surprised there. Does it look like a more of an elevated type structure to it? Because elevated storms still easily can have funnels. And even though this is elevated, it's still, trying to produce a tornado. It's a lot harder for elevated storms to produce tornadoes, because they have a lot higher cloud bases. Let's see here. There we go. Am I tripping, or is that on the ground? Yeah, that's it's on the ground. Almost looks like a land spout, but it's got a funnel up top, and it's associated with a mesocyclone. So we've got a tornado on the ground here, I believe, with the hook echo. I believe our tornado is here. I'm pretty sure it's outside of the tornado warned area. So we've got a tornado ongoing now, very clearly on the ground via chaser feeds. So make sure you're in your safe spot here. If you are out here in Platte Colony, Gregory, Dixon, and of course in the tornado warning as well, make sure you're in your safe spot. This is in South Dakota. Looks like a land spout tornado to me, but it is associated with a mesocyclone, which means it's not actually a land spout. Land spouts are not associated with mesocyclones, so very clearly an actual tornado. It might be like hybrid, I think is the word for it. Might be like a hybrid tornado. But it looks like a land spout because it's not a fully condensed tornado, and just the way it's lofting debris. But there is indeed a tornado on the ground here. likely just north of Dixon. I'm pretty sure it's unwarned. I'm pretty sure the tornado is located somewhere out in here. Yeah, so just make sure you're in your safe spot. Pretty sure this is a tornado on the ground unwarned. It is definitely on the ground actively strengthening, but I'm also pretty sure it is unwarned here. And it's very high based. It is very high based. You can tell what I was talking about with, if you're watching any chaser feeds, about these storms being very high based. But very photogenic tornado there. And we actually just got another tornado warning up here in central South Dakota. So now we've got 2 tornado warnings here. We got a tornado trying to drop here south of Highmore. So tornado attempting to develop. This is radar indicated, which means the tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground here with this active tornado warning south of Highmore in central South Dakota. Now, this tornado warning is radar indicated. However, there is very clearly a tornado on the ground, according to multiple different live chasers. There is very clearly a tornado ongoing with this storm, potentially unwarned. I don't know the exact location of this tornado, but I mean, there's a chaser who's like right here, and the tornado is very close to him. So I'm pretty sure our tornado's on the ground somewhere in this general vicinity, just north of Dixon in south central South Dakota. And y'all, it's on the ground. Like, hello. There's your tornado warning, but it's radar indicated. This is Sioux Falls, so not the same NWS from yesterday. NWS from yesterday immediately put a tornado warning on it as soon as it started rotating, and then immediately upgraded it to PDS once it looked like a strong tornado. This National Weather Service, multiple reports, multiple chasers, got a tornado on the ground here for the last about 5 minutes now. And it's radar indicated. Yeah, looks like this is a strong tornado, too. It is starting to get really strong motion with it now. So this is a strong tornado. Wow. Yep. Right back to strong to intense motion. So strong tornado on the ground here just north of Dixon. Crossing, looks like it's crossing, I wonder if that's Road 47 right there that it's crossing right in front of this chaser. It might just be one of these dirt paths, though. But right in this area, we've got a confirmed tornado from multiple different chasers, multiple reports. It is still radar indicated, though. And this is a strong tornado as well. So be in your safe spot if you're downstream of this tornado warning. If you're in that warning, like I called out before, Platte Colony and Dixon, be in your safe spot. This is actively starting to pick up debris, a lot of debris. So it is a strong tornado. Don't know what it just hit right there, but it hit something. Also, if you're just now tuning in, we do have another tornado warning as well back up here just south of Highmore in central South Dakota. So if there's anybody out there, there's about, I think there's 420 people inside that tornado warning need to be seeking shelter. Radar indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Now, this is a radar indicated tornado warning down here as well for Dixon, South Dakota. However, there is still a strong tornado on the ground. It's been on the ground for about 5 minutes now. And the National Weather Service still has not upgraded this tornado warning. I've been on the ground actually closer to 7 minutes now. What's our closest radar here? Neither of them. They're both bad. They're both bad. Yeah, there's about 550 people inside this radar-indicated tornado warning with a strong tornado actually on the ground here. It's probably located very close to Road 47. It looks like it's getting close to crossing Road 47. So that road it previously crossed was definitely a dirt road. Probably one of these dirt roads back out in here. And now it's getting close to crossing Road 47 somewhere in here. Somewhere right in this area. We've got a strong tornado now crossing Road 47. It is crossing Road 47 right now. It is over Road 47. Moving off to the east-southeast. Also some very small power flashes with this as well. Thank you. All right, so that's going to warrant us to switch over to this scene. Make sure everything's good here. Yep. So now it is a observed tornado warning, finally. 8 minutes after this tornado touched down. And it is a intense tornado. It is an intense tornado. Not fully consolidated. Which means that basically it's got what looks like a funnel cloud above, and then there's a bunch of debris below it, but there's no actual condensation. Fully consolidated tornado there. Bunch of dust. A lot of dust. So tornado is still on the ground now, crossed Road 47. So it's past Road 47 here. It looks like it's a little bit further south. I think it is about in here. Trying to get like the direct location of it. I think that's very close to exactly where it is. Because it looks like the tracer I'm watching, he's like right here looking to the northeast. Another tornado warning back out in here. So all of our main storms are now tornado warned. All 3 of our main supercells are now tornado warned. So we now have a tornado warning for this storm. Latched onto the boundary. See an embedded supercell right in there. So that's a new radar indicated tornado warning. That goes till 5:30 Central Time. So that's another 50 minutes for that new tornado warning there. Now in place across South Central South Dakota over Highway 83 in a relatively rural area. Let me see exactly where this is. Okay, there's about 305 people in that tornado warning. Also, we do now have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, so we have a particularly dangerous situation for Highmore here in Central South Dakota. Make sure you're in your safe spot. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Could be a life-threatening situation here. 70-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail is possible with this storm as it moves into Highmore, South Dakota. Still a strong tornado on the ground here, just north of Road 44, just east of Road 47 in South Central South Dakota. And it looks like it's a fully condensed tornado. It is fully condensed. So strong to intense tornado still ongoing. With this storm now just barely east of Dixon, just northeast of the intersection between Road 47 and 44 here in southeastern South Dakota, South Central South Dakota. A very, very photogenic tornado as well. A very photogenic tornado. Very photogenic. Wow. It is still strengthening too. That is crazy. Very, very, very photogenic tornado in an open field here. Wow. Somehow this turned from a potential derecho to 3 fully discrete supercells. 3 fully discrete supercells. Look at that. 3 very well established discrete supercells. This ain't no derecho at the moment. So again, strong tornado on the ground just north of Road 44 here in south central South Dakota. Tornado warning still in effect. That is an observed tornado warning for 17 more minutes. Might be roping out. I'm pretty sure you said that with yesterday's tornado and then it became violent, so. I don't think so. No clear indication of it roping out. Wow. Yeah, something that's also making it very photogenic is it's very high-based. So it's got a very, very long tube. And I'm really surprised it's very LP, honestly. With how much rain and hail is in this storm, I'm very surprised that the hook echo where this tornado is located, now somewhere right in here, is extremely LP, very low precipitation. Wow. Gracious. Very strong tornado. But I did see someone just said could be the beginning of a possible derecho. I think someone said in chat. Um, I don't disagree with this in central South Dakota. This might be the beginning of our derecho here. But I'm curious to see how that merges with these 2 discrete storms, if it ever does. That very well could be the start of our derecho. If it does, if we do get a derecho today, I feel like it's going to come from that storm in Highmore. Gracious day. I know that's corrupted, but hey, at least now we can see where the area of rotation is. Tiny little tornado, but that is intense. Very intense. Update to our tornado warning here. Still remains radar indicated south of Highmore for the next 29 more minutes. Yeah, we can finally very clearly see where our tornado is located. You can very easily depict out the classic nature of this supercell. Big old supercell, too. Very, very big supercell. Look at that. A big supercell. Gonna have to refresh. So, strong tornado still ongoing. Still ongoing here east of Dixon. Just make sure you're still in your safe spot. Tornado still located barely north of Road 44. It's still located barely north of Road 44. And it's still a strong to intense tornado. Wow. You could see if you're watching Chasers, especially Connors right now, what I was talking about with that high base structure. Like that thing is a very, very long, really long tube tornado. Very long tornado. Still an observed tornado here. Observed tornado warning does continue. 2 schools, no hospitals, and 486 people still inside of that tornado warning. See if that that's really trying to rotate too south of Highmore. I am very impressed with this storm though. Definitely not the best tornadic environment by any means whatsoever. It's actually one of the worst positions for a tornado today. And it defied any odds of not producing a tornado and managed to produce a tornado. I mean, it's literally in one of the worst environments out here. Cape is crazy, 6,500 Cape, but wind shear, you've got very, very minimal wind shear. Even in the 0 to 3 kilometer wind shear, you only have 70, which is very low. Very, very low. And again, very elevated profile. 93 temps, 73 dews. So, very surprised that this actually managed to produce a tornado. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is an intense one. Definitely an intense tornado. It was definitely an intense tornado. Still is an intense tornado. It's pretty sure it's still on the ground. So observed warning, 10 more minutes here. Tornado crossing Road 44, now well east of Dixon in south central South Dakota. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I'm trying to get other chaser visuals here. It's a very cell reception dead area. I think it has lifted. Yeah. Yeah. It's lifted. So no longer on the ground. At least from what I can tell, but it is a cell receptive dead area. And no chaser has a great visual of it right now. Lifted according to Connor. Alright, yeah. So it's lifted, still observed, but that will probably be downgraded to radar indicated here pretty soon. And now we got to watch the other 2 tornado warnings just as much as well. But really, really surprised that we even got 1 tornado out of a semi-discrete supercell here. And an intense one at that. Also 2.5-inch hail for this severe storm in south central South Dakota to the southwest of our observed tornado warning. Still a PDS severe for hail, 2.75-inch in diameter for Highmore in central South Dakota. Radar indicated tornado warning does continue out here for 242 people. No schools, no hospitals. Right on Highway 83 in far south central South Dakota. Still well to the south-southeast of Mission. Okay, Echo Tops. I've been watching it on satellite. I know all of these are at least 50,000 plus Echo Tops. Oh wow, look at that. That's maxed out. That's maxed out. Looking at 65 to 70,000 foot Echo Tops on our tornado warning that's observed over Dixon. And then yeah, these are also 65 to 70,000. And this one is as well. That is also near 60,000, if not 60,000. So that is crazy. All of these are very intense thunderstorms. And very well spaced from each other still. Very, very well spaced. I wonder what the new HRRR is going to think of this. We're getting a new HRRR here. And I wonder if it's going to have anything really different. Let's see. This HRRR is going to probably change the entire model run, but hey, that's what we need. We need it to look completely different. If it's the same HRRR run I've been seeing for the last 12 hours, then it's going to be something I just can't look at because it's going to be dead wrong. But if it's completely different, then maybe I can finally look at it and at least give it a little bit of credit for being possibly a reasonable scenario. Oh yeah, this is probably going to try to recycle too. Unless that hook echo completely dissipates. But it's probably going to try to recycle here very, very soon. So, let's see here. Give me just a second. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a huge funnel. That's like almost on the ground. Is that on the ground? I mean, it has a dust cloud, so to me that's on the ground. I mean, it has dust around it. I just can't tell if that dust is actually spinning around the funnel. Maybe that dust is kicked up by something else. I think that's on the ground again, though. It's either very close to on the ground or it is on the ground. One or the other. So we probably have another tornado ongoing here south of Road 44 in south central South Dakota. Buddy, if that is Scud, then shoot, every tornado I've ever seen on chaser feeds and ever known in real life, I guess has just been a normal, scary looking cloud. That's just a normal, ordinary cloud. If that's Scud, then shoot. Everything I know about the weather might as well just be thrown out the window. That is not how Scud behaves. As somebody who sees Scud in pretty much every single marginal risk and nearly every storm that I encounter out here in Virginia, because we see Scud pretty much with every risk I see Scud out here. That is not Scud. Actually, I have a really good video of Scud, but I can't show y'all because it's on my phone. It was from one of my chases earlier this year. I don't know what Connor's looking at, but he's not looking at the main place for where a tornado's dropping right now, or possibly even on the ground. Look at the RFSA. I would rather forecast using dirt. I would rather forecast using the dirt outside than using the RFSA model for today's event. Let's go see if the HRRR is different. And it's completely different. Completely different. It has those three main supercells all discrete here at 6 o'clock Eastern, which is literally 3 minutes away. And I'm curious to see if it grows them upscale at all into a derecho. The far northern one that I was talking about being a potential start of our derecho, it does have that producing 80 to 90 mile an hour winds here in an hour. Yep. I would rather go outside, pick up the dirt off the ground, and throw it up in the air to see which way the wind blows to forecast this event out here in South Dakota than use the RRFSA model. Because that model, it was right one time. One time it has been correct. And everybody has just either loved it or hated since. I've been a hater of it since day one. But I know some people who absolutely adore it. I can't stand it. I don't like it at all. So just an early heads up here, if you are in front of this storm turning to the southeast, tornado warning seems to have just been canceled. We'll check that in a second. But just a heads up, early heads up in front of this storm. Looks like it's going to be capable of 80 to possibly 90 mile per hour winds here. Once we get to about 6:30 Eastern, all the way till at least 7:30 Eastern, it looks like we're going to be having a chance at seeing very significant damaging winds here. So just an early heads up there. And that give it 30 more minutes, it's actually going to be more of this area here where we have that best chance from 6:30 to 7:30 of 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. I would rather use the NAM and the NAM 3K. I would rather use the NAM and NAM 3K than the RRFSA. Even though both are terrible. Really. When it comes to day of, just give me meso analysis and I'll be fine. Like, literally just give me meso analysis. That's all I need. Don't give me any model run. Just give me meso analysis. That's what I need. So it looks like whatever that was, whether it had been a quick tornado or a big funnel without it actually being on the ground, it looks like it has completely lifted or retracted, whichever one it may be. If it was a funnel, retracted. If it was a tornado, completely lifted back into the main base of the storm, and it is now a very large rotating wall cloud. Why did every warning just get canceled on this? Hello? I thought that was just on my end, but no, it's on. I just checked other radars and checked other streamers, and literally this just got, every warning just got removed from this storm. So it's no longer tornado warned or severe warned at the moment. Don't know why, but that will change very, very soon. Maybe that's an outage or something. I don't know. I don't see a funnel yet, but it's got a huge wall cloud with a classic mesocyclone and huge tail cloud. So I don't think it's about to drop like now, but it's going to continue to intensify, and it very easily could drop over the next few minutes. There is your tornado warning. All right, let's go all the way back up to this scene. So it's down to radar indicated. Also, this storm that was tornado warned has been tornado warning's been canceled, and the severe has also been downgraded to a normal, or actually a significant severe 1.75 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds possible there. We'll see if that can really start to increase with damaging wind potential. Good morning, Pete. Welcome back. I don't think the new HRRR, yeah, it doesn't turn it into a derecho, but it turns it into a good MCS later tonight. And it takes it right through Northwest Iowa. So it has the main event being like right in here for tonight. That's where it has the main threat being today into tonight. Obviously where storms are right now, and then things move slowly to the southeast. Kind of think it's going to be a big wedge. Well, you never know. It wouldn't really surprise me with how big that mesocyclone is. Wouldn't surprise me. Well, here comes a funnel. I believe that's a funnel cloud starting to touch down, trying to touch down. There's your funnel. So this is trying to produce another tornado. Its third tornado. Trying to drop its third tornado here. And this pretty rural area near Lucas, which is a very rural, very small town. If I don't even know if I'd consider that a town out here in south central South Dakota. There we go. Oh, wow. This thing's got multi-vortices. It's on the ground now. That is a multi-vortex tornado. So this is a strong to intense tornado on the ground now. Multi-vortex tornado. I'm going to switch to this chaser real quick. Wow. Yeah, it's a multi-vortex tornado, so it's not a fully consolidated tornado. It doesn't even look like it's on the ground. But then out of nowhere, you just get a random strong vortice to touch down. That's crazy. Sioux Falls, that's definitely an area of high concern towards 8 o'clock Central Time, here in about 2.5, 3 hours. Definitely a area of concern. I think there's a very real chance of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, brief tornado, and 1 to 2 inch hail all being possible. And again, about 8 p.m. tonight. It just depends on how these merge together, but I do think they will eventually merge together, and that will probably be pretty close to Sioux Falls once that happens. Yeah, it's a huge meso with just a multi-vortex tornado. Vortices are just up and down with it. That is a huge meso. This thing is trying to drop a huge tornado. It looks like I don't see any more vortices, so it looks like the vortices have kind of stopped for the moment. But it is attempting to drop a huge tornado. That's probably pretty accurate velocities for the mid-levels. It's probably that strong in the mid-levels, but at the moment there's no tornado. Seems like there's no tornado on the ground. I don't see any vortices on the ground anymore. But if there is any more vortices, those vortices will likely be strong. So we'll see. This has a chance to drop a monster tornado. It's just if it can get its act together. And it's not doing too well with that at the moment. You know, it dropped a couple vortices and now it's stopped again. Okay, and then it just appeared out of nowhere. It went from nothing to a full tornado in like 5 seconds. What? Dude, that's crazy. Okay, it's back on the ground. And it's a big one. It's another big tornado, biggest one so far. Very large stovepipe, strong tornado on the ground here just north of Lucas in south central South Dakota. That developed in like literally 5 seconds. I didn't even see a funnel with it. And then it went from a funnel 1 second to a small tornado to a big stovepipe in the matter of 5 to 10 seconds. That's crazy. Wow. So strong tornado, not completely consolidated anymore and condensed. It's not fully condensed anymore. But it is still a strong tornado on the ground here. Just north of Lucas in south central South Dakota. Also, the tornado warning for the storm at southeast of Mission in south central South Dakota has been canceled. So we're down to one tornado warning, and it's radar indicated for this storm that is actively producing, I believe, its third tornado. Or is that its fourth? I think that's its third tornado. And now it's back to fully consolidated. A lot smaller, though. A lot smaller than what it was just 2 minutes ago. But it's back to fully consolidated stovepipe. Look at that meso, too. That meso is insane. And now it's not fully condensed. Oh, and now it is fully condensed. It's not making up its mind here. Wow. Yeah, but it's a strong tornado on the ground here. So be in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. This is the only active tornado warning. And the only significant severe we have right now is this one in Fort Thompson. That's the only significant severe we have. Oh, we just got a significant severe in North Dakota now. Yeah, North Dakota. 1.75-inch hail outside of the severe watch out here in Hankinson in far southeastern North Dakota. Jeez. Go back over here. I have to keep hopping between chasers. It's still on the ground. Very weird looking now, but still on the ground. It's very wispy. It still has a debris cloud with it. And hold on, it's still partially there. I think it's lifted. It still has a debris cloud with it, though. But I believe it's lifted. Yeah, lifted. And it's probably going to put down another one here very, very soon. Wow. That's in the upper level there. You could see all the rain wrapping around. Clear signature there in the middle of where your rotation is in the upper level. Closer to the mid levels, your actual tornado is probably located generally right in here. But that's crazy. This environment, new meso analysis just came in. If you showed me this environment, I would have never thought we would have seen that many tornado warnings and one storm produce 3 or 4 different tornadoes, because this environment is garbage. Especially, I can't stress this one enough, wind shear is terrible. Like, horrific wind shear. Absolutely horrible wind shear. Barely any lower level veering, and what little lower level veering we have is very, very weak. Weak mid level veering as well. Just barely any wind shear. Wind threat doesn't look to be increasing too much with this storm in Fort Thompson yet, but it should begin to increase here in about 15-30 minutes or so. Another severe storm. This is a new significant severe, 1.75-inch hail. Well southwest of Aberdeen in northeastern North Dakota, or northeastern South Dakota. And another severe in Britain in far northeastern North Dakota. And this tornado warning, our only tornado warning, just went back to observed. So we're going to switch back to observed. Yeah, the shear is just horrible. I mean, shoot, I've had better wind shear here in Virginia this year. That's how bad this wind shear is. It's not good wind shear at all. So it's something to do with vorticity or boundary interactions that's helped today. But even then, if you look at your vorticity product on mesoanalysis, there's like no vorticity. Literally like no vorticity at all. And let's see here. Oh, actually, my bad. There is a good amount of vorticity. There's barely any 3 cape. I read that wrong. The 3 cape is very minimal, but there's actually good vorticity. My bad, I read that wrong. I read the product the wrong way. There's good vorticity, but not a lot of 3 cape. Man, the upper level cyclone on this thing is insane. Absolutely insane upper level cyclone. Look at that on the chaser feeds, dude. This thing is a wildly, wildly classic supercell from a IRL standpoint. Go back to a different chaser here again. Still a huge mesocyclone with a large rotating base. I don't see any funnels or tornadoes right now, though. For those curious about the wind threat, I think the wind threat will peak likely just after dark. At least Eastern time. I think it will be probably 8 p.m. is when our wind threat will start to really increase, 8 o'clock Eastern. And then it will probably last till at least 11 midnight Eastern time. But with this storm, we're watching for the wind threat to increase with this cell as soon as like 15, 30 minutes. Well, obviously the SPC didn't anticipate this either, because all of the tornado warnings we've had have been in either the 2% or in no outline tornado risk. So we've had a tornado warning in the less than 2% and like 4 tornado warnings, 5 tornado warnings in the 2%, and at least 3 tornadoes in the 2%. We haven't had any tornadoes or tornado warnings or possible severes inside the 5% risk yet. And we just got our first severe to barely nick the side of our moderate risk area. So first storm will enter the moderate here in about 40 or so minutes. Yeah, there's still a lot of motion with it. I know that. It's just there's no funnel or tornado right now. So it's trying to reorganize, and it probably will succeed. This is dead opposite of a derecho. It's literally the dead opposite of a derecho here. Like, really. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 discrete supercells. Well, 3 fully discrete supercells. This one's kind of clustered semi-discrete. I don't know what's happening up here. This isn't even supposed to be here. But that's verifying the northern side of our risk area right now. Even though it ain't supposed to be there. Man, tropics in the central and eastern Pacific are going crazy. Still nothing in the Atlantic. I know that's random, but literally the Atlantic is still dead and active. I wonder if the HRRR, let me go to the 13Z. I mean, the HRRR did well with this event. It was either going to be a big win for the HRRR or the MPAS models. And so far, the HRRR is getting a big win right now. At least the early HRRR runs. Because like the 13Z HRRR did have a discrete supercell firing about 6 o'clock, and now it's 6 o'clock now, but still, it didn't do horrible with the southern portion of these storms. Everything else it's still done horrible with, and we'll see how this congeals up into a line. See if the HRRR is going to end up being wrong on that. Still observed. Is it back on the ground without me knowing? Let's see. See if I'm gonna get a tornado jump scare on this chaser feed. Nope, it's not on the ground. It's lifted, but they pulled an observed tag on that new one. So still not a tornado on the ground here, but it is an observed tornado warning. And very easily could produce a tornado. Very, very easily, very quickly could produce a tornado. That's observed for 366 people. There we go. Alrighty, so we got that new meso analysis. I want to check how our cape's doing. Man, if we just had some better forcing, this would be a wild derecho already. And if this instability was a little bit more north. How underdone is the new HRRR on Cape? So it's what, 22Z now? Yeah. So it's 22Z. And the HRRR has widespread 5,000 instability across our main risk area. Yeah, there's widespread 5,000 to 7,500 instability across our main risk area, with even a large pocket of 8,000 across eastern Nebraska. So it's safe to say the HRRR is still doing horrible with how much cape we have. It's been bad since today. Ever since I woke up and started comparing the HRRR to Meso, it's been horrible. So, we just need more storms to fire. We just don't have a lot of good forcing here. So these storms are staying discreet right now. If we were congealed up into a line, we would definitely be seeing that moderate risk caliber wind threat right now. Man. This is a very, very favorable environment for damaging winds and a derecho. And very large hail, too, near 2-3 inch in diameter. One thing it's not favorable for is tornadoes, even though we've seen 3-4 of them. It looks like this storm here in Millboro's gone completely elevated at the moment. Take a look at that boundary. It looks like the boundary is well surged in front, so I would be very shocked if this becomes tornadic. North Dakota, South Dakota border. Yeah, I saw these. I don't know what these guys are doing. I don't know how they there. We have about 3,000 to 4,000 cape up there. So that could become a long-lived MCS with 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, but I don't think it's going to be our main derecho. I have to see if any of these storms try to fire up any further. You know, we have our main cell here, but any of these storms near the outflow boundary. All right, back down to 1 tornado warning, still observed there. Then old observed warning was just canceled. And that new observed warning still remains. Although I don't see it on the ground at the moment. Central Wisconsin, let's see. The more southwest you are, the better chance you have. So if you are in like Medford or that area, probably not going to get much. But if you're further southwest, there's a much better chance to see some severe storms on the west to southwest side of Wisconsin in that yellow 2 out of 5. It was a brief tornado. You talking about now or like a while ago? I don't see any. Are you sure that wasn't his disconnected screen? If you're talking about now? That you might have been looking at his disconnected screen. Connor said it might be gearing up. Well, yeah, it definitely is. Just a matter if that gearing up can actually turn into a tornado. Which we'll see. It's not on the ground right now, at least from what I can tell. There is some more storms firing around it. Look at that. There is more cells firing around it, so this could turn it more clustered and more linear. Better wind threat here. But that's very far south. Very, very far south. If that ends up becoming our main derecho or MCS, that's insane. That would be absolutely crazy if we end up with our MCS way down over here and it tracks into central or eastern Nebraska as opposed to northern Iowa. I don't know. I mean, this stuff's forming pretty well here. So if this stuff could just take a bit more of a southern trajectory, it's going to track right through the main moderate risk area. So, I mean, I can't find any model run that has that stuff in northeastern South Dakota, southeastern North Dakota being there. Like, no model has that. Wofus, are you alive? Let's see. Not alive on my end. Maybe it's maybe I'm on the wrong site. Nope, this is where it is. Yep, no Wofus still. Fort Thompson. Let's go see. They upgraded it to Tor Possible. Let's see here. Yeah, they did upgrade it back to Tor Possible, so also upgraded to 2-inch hail. That's getting its act back together. Well, we're actually down to 1 tornado warning right now. I'm going to keep trying to find some model runs that has the North Dakota storm. So not the HRRR or the RRFSA. Let's try the M passes again. Okay, 12Z had it a little bit, but the problem is it's completely wrong on what's happening right now, so disregard. Like, none of them have it at all. None of them are even close, really. So, it's just going to be a wait and see type ordeal. Just wait to see if they survive. New MCD back out in Montana here. See if all these storms are still... Okay, 1, 2 significant. 2 of them are significant. This one on the southwest side and this one 2-inch hail on the northwest side. So 1.5 to 2.5-inch hail possible and 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds will still be possible. The wind risk may increase if storms congeal into a MCS. That is across Montana. Watch Montana end up producing more damaging winds than the moderate. That would be insane. Okay. Yeah, it looks really good on radar. I wouldn't be shocked if this gets tornado warned soon. I mean, its presentation is very classic for a Supercell. Definitely clustered on the back side of it, but definitely could end up being our new biggest threat for a tornado here. It's in a very, very slightly better environment for wind shear compared to this storm to its south. Like, very just slightly better wind shear in the lower levels. Now, the mid-levels are absolutely cranking out here. The mid-levels are ridiculously better out here with this storm. So, it's a matter if the lower levels can really get going for wind shear. in rotation, but the mid-levels are very supportive of a tornado threat out of this storm. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Just wanted to do something real quick. Yeah, literally like 400 effective SRH, like 300 to 350, 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, and then the lower levels are still at like 50 to 80. Definitely better than the southern storm wind shear wise. Way better. I don't know. Are they gonna let it go sub severe? Because like the hail core is getting outside of the severe warning already. Ain't no way they're gonna let that go sub severe. They're just taking a little while. Still at an observed warning out here for our storm in far south central South Dakota. Looks a lot worse tornadic wise from a IRL standpoint. Those mergers definitely killed it. Still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado very, very soon, but in the long term, it's struggling. I'd say it's got another 10 minutes, which is what that warning goes for the potential of a tornado. Then after that, it's turned into a linear mess or clustered mess. Yeah, I would be booking it north too. I would definitely be going north. Because this stuff is getting too far south and also getting messy now. Oh, there it is. Wow, that is very displaced. Let's see. I'm trying to see what NWS issued this. I'm blind. Okay, this was Twin Cities. And this was NWS in Buffalo, so that's why. They disagree on if it's tornadic. So the Twin Cities NWS believes this is tornadic. How is that Twin Cities? That is not the Twin Cities NWS. There's no shot. Oh, that's a backup. That's a backup. Sioux Falls, South Dakota is the National Weather Service, but their backup office of the Twin Cities has issued this tornado warning. That's a backup. I was like, there's no shot. There's no shot the Twin Cities jurisdiction goes that far to the southwest. It doesn't. They're on backup. Their backup office issued this warning. That's for over 2,000 people, as well as for 5 schools and no hospitals. Still at an observed warning for 7 more minutes here. I'm expecting at least a small severe or something right here. Because, like, this area has no tornado warning or severe warning right here. Like, something, please. Something better than nothing. Even if it's a severe warning, at least it's something. Right now, the EAS ain't even gone off in this area. Like I said, if this southern one does something, it's going to be very, very soon. And probably, like, somewhere in here. Kind of like on the east-northeast side of that warning. But it's turned into a big blob of mess. There you go. Tornado warning. Much better. See how many people that's for. 667 people, no schools, no hospitals. Yeah, Sam, but that's the thing. It's 10,000 feet up. That I highly doubt that's making it anywhere close to the ground. Because 10,000 feet up, well, that's a little tall there. That's a little bit tall. Jeez. A lot of chasers didn't go out here because the lower level wind shear was so pathetic. And then we just ended up having, like, literally a crazy tornadic event. Almost a tornado outbreak at this point. And there's your first observed destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. So there you go. That's a PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Oh yeah, also there's a wedge tornado on the ground, just to throw that out there. So there we've got a large wedge tornado ongoing with this storm. So that rotation that was 10,000 feet up, yeah, it made it to the ground. Sam was right. So we got a large and extremely dangerous tornado likely in progress here. Now, this isn't a PDS tornado warning by any means, but it is a large and likely extremely dangerous tornado. And that's definitely an intense area of rotation, pushing violent there, at least from 10,000 feet up. Now, I don't have a close enough visual of the tornado to say if the motion is violent or not. But it's a big old wedge. Definitely the biggest tornado of the day. Big old tornado. So it's still a strong, intense tornado on the ground. This is in southeastern South Dakota. That's crazy how this thing formed out of just nowhere. Wow. Wow. I must be tripping because this sucker just got canceled. Yo. Wow. Now that's pathetic. That's pathetic. When you cancel a tornado warning with a strong tornado on the ground. Wow. That's pathetic right there. Well, this is now an unwarned strong tornado. I'm going to have to tweet that. Give me just a second. By the time I tweet this, I bet a new warning is going to be issued. I hope. I hope that's the case. Let's see. This is north of Bone Steel, South Dakota. And boom, I tweeted it before a new warning. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy how it just got canceled. It wasn't allowed to expire. It was canceled. It was properly canceled. It expires in about a few seconds. In a few seconds, it was set to expire. So they canceled it before it was expired. There we go. See if it's still on the ground. I can't tell if it's on the ground anymore. It's very, very rain wrapped. No, I think it was a wedge there for a bit. And then it turned more into a stovepipe, and now I just can't see it. Now I just straight up cannot see it. But Connor says there's a big tornado embedded in the rain. Wow. Yeah, it's still on the ground. It's still a strong stovepipe tornado ongoing. Hold on. We are not at an observed warning, so I got to change that overlay. But there is a strong tornado ongoing right here. Unwarned strong tornado. Right in there. It is also, the severe is still warned for observed PDS 80-mile-an-hour winds there. But there is a big tornado on the ground, unwarned. There you go. There you go. Now that is back to observed. I just want to check something real quick. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to check something with the two overlays there. But observed warning just issued here for Bone Steel now. Observed tornado on the ground. Observed tornado warning with a tornado on the ground. So make sure you're in your safe spot in Bone Steel, far south central South Dakota. Large tornado on the ground there. Yeah, it's still on the ground. Still a large stovepipe ongoing. Other tornado warnings, we've got 2 for this one storm up here. Out here near Crow Lake in central South Dakota. Those are both radar indicated. Still no sign of this thing turning into a derecho anytime soon. Wow, that is a crazy tornado. Dude, that is a crazy tornado. This thing is a crazy tornado, man. There's a chaser who's right here looking directly at the tornado. I don't know exactly what direction he's looking at, but I'm assuming it's like maybe to the west-northwest. But there is definitely a tornado out here. Yeah, I'm assuming he's looking to the northwest. Tornado should be located somewhere up here moving southeast. Gonna be very close to hitting them. Wow. Elsewhere, we still have 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail ongoing here for a new severe storm for Eden in far northeastern South Dakota. New severe for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds here in Victor in extreme northeastern South Dakota. And still are severe in effect there for Fairmount in far southeastern North Dakota. So this stuff is in far northeastern South Dakota, whereas this severe is in far southeastern North Dakota. Very confusing. Very confusing there. Also, new severe way down here, back in the marginal risk for severe storms west of Mullen in west central Nebraska for about 50-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail there. And another new severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1.5-inch hail for Springview in northeastern, more of north central Nebraska. Still an observed strong tornado ongoing here just north of Bones, still moving off to the southeast. Still a strong tornado ongoing. See if I can get a better visual of it here. Nope, it's like fully rain wrapped. It is fully rain wrapped. I don't have any visual of it at all. Let's see. Yeah, it is very, very much rain wrapped into this mess of a storm here. Wow. I need to see if I can get a good visual of it. All right, well, I'm going to take a quick break, y'all. Even though this is a strong tornado on the ground, we'll wait in between radar scans here. I'll just be a quick minute. So give me just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Good morning. Alright, let's see here. This storm up here near Crow Lake is not looking very good anymore. It's a wonky supercell. Nowhere close to as good as what it looked like just a couple minutes ago near Fort Thompson. You see that's what it looked like about, what is that, like 30 or so minutes ago, 25, 30 minutes ago. And this is what it looks like now. A lot worse. Still likely a strong tornado on the ground north of Bone Steel. Let's see, we just got a new MCD here. Let's see here. Tornado threat will be maximized across the south central portion of the severe thunderstorm watch. Issuance 552, which will be with these. They actually highlight. Yeah, these two areas. This area here and this small area here. Those two areas will be the maximized tornado potential. Large hail will also be possible of 1.5 to 2.5 inch in diameter. A few tornadoes will also be a possibility, and damaging winds being destructive of 85 to 100 miles per hour wind will likely occur. So widespread damaging wind threat is increasing across the eastern portion of watch issuance 552 with the potential of 85 to 100 mile per hour winds. 90 mile an hour winds are likely. Let's see. Fast moving line of storms is expected to form by the early to mid evening here in eastern South Dakota, which will likely increase the damaging wind threat with Boeing line segments along the leading edge of 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. So there you go. A lot of instability. A lot of instability. So convection is expected to move into a line. Going to be pretty interesting to see how this stuff turns into a line here over the next 3 hours or so. Going to be very interesting. But just to show you real quick, here's that new MCD, and this is the portion they highlight. Wait, does that go? Yeah, that goes all the way up to here. Like the northern edge of that moderate. This is where they highlight for 80 to 100 mile per hour winds being possible. Or my bad, 85 to 100 mile an hour winds being possible. The east side of that MCD. So we'll probably get a new severe watch downstream here. Still going to be a good hour or two before we get that, though. I'd say another hour, actually, because these storms are going to be moving outside of this severe watch, and that will probably warrant a new watch, which they will just go ahead and issue further south for anyways, so we'll see. Probably around or just after 8 Eastern, we'll see a new severe watch. Still a strong tornado ongoing out here in Bone Steel. It is observed for the next 19 more minutes. Still a strong tornado ongoing right there. Observed by a chaser, so still be in your safe spot. That's a ongoing strong to intense large tornado. Still a large tornado ongoing. Let's see here. They did not mention a derecho in that MCD, just a FYI for anyone wondering. They also say a new severe watch will be issued early this evening. So a new watch is going to be issued. Obviously, it's a moderate risk. Of course. All right, let me see. Yeah, so that's a still an intense tornado on the ground here. Man. Very intense tornado on the ground still. Lofting a lot of debris. Gracious day. It's got a really good motion to it. Only thing stopping this from being PDS is probably just a low population, but even then we see PDSs all the time with low populations, so. Man. Still on the ground, still a strong tornado moving off to the southeast. It should stay north, hopefully north of Bone Steel. Bone Steel is a bit more populated area. It's not very populated, but it is populated. Let me go see how many people are in this tornado warning. Oops. Oops. I didn't hit the search bar. There is about 350 people in this tornado warning, and I imagine a lot of those are probably in Bone Steel. You see, Bone Steel looks pretty populated. So hopefully this tornado stays north. It looks to be still in a very rural area. There's really not much more than just some trees for this to hit. There's the occasional barn, but much of it's just trees. Very difficult to tell what's happening here on radar. All I know is that there's a tornado definitely on the ground and heavily rain wrapped. And then our tornado warning back up here again near Crow Lake. I ain't got no good radars out here. 3 bad radars, man. Man. Yeah, there's no visual of this anymore. It's still maybe on the ground here. Let's see here. Man. There was a house that this got very, very close to hitting. Okay, radar indicated warning does continue up there for Kimball in central South Dakota. So that is still a radar indicated tornado warning. Roping out. Hopefully that's the case. It looks like velocities have weakened some, but that's not really anything good information-wise, considering how far our radar is from these storms. Man. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if any of these chasers have a visual on it. Everything is just rain-wrapped. Just rain-wrapped like crazy. Man. Alright, yeah, it's still just going to keep an eye on these storms further north, too, to see if they can congeal up into another MCS. This storm got upgraded considerably, now up to 2.5-inch hail, being possible with this storm going in Northville, right along Highway 281 in north-central, northeastern South Dakota. Okay, there we go. Ryan. Oh, yeah, he did have a nice stovepipe there. So confirmation was still on the ground 3 minutes ago. Let's see. And it definitely did hit a house. There's damage on a chaser's stream. All right, so there is definitely house damage out here from this tornado northeast of Bone Steel. Hit at least one house. Also, still 80-mile-per-hour winds observed with this destructive severe in this yellow polygon, which I can actually, there you go. That orange polygon is the destructive severe. Highlights it a bit better for you. That way you can distinguish from a normal and a destructive severe there. And that blue is the observed tornado warning. Yeah, I'm not surprised it hit more than one house. I saw a couple people talking about this tornado cutting very close to a few houses using Google Maps and then using the correlation of radar velocity and other chasers. You can get at least a little idea of where, very close to exactly where the tornado is. But I know for a fact, unfortunately, it hit at least one home. Let's see. Ooh, man. That's badly damaged. Looks like a two-story home, and the second story is almost completely gone. Very, very bad damage. Hopefully they were either in their safe spot or not home. Let's see. Man. Sorry, I'll try to see if I can get any updates on this. Alright, I have it up, so. I don't know if this is still on the ground or not. Just presume that it is. Just assume that this is still a tornado on the ground here. Just be better safe than sorry and still be in your safe spot. Obviously, it is still an observed tornado warning, so you have to be in your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning east of Bone Steel. Just assume it is on the ground, so treat it as such. It definitely was on the ground and could still be on the ground. I heard an update to a tornado warning, but I ain't seeing it. That's Ohio. That's why I ain't seeing it. There is a tornado warning in Ohio. Will you look at that? So we got a tornado warning out here in northeastern Ohio, out for Doylestown, Sterling, Rittman, Wadsworth. Pretty populated area. Very populated area out here. That's a tornado warning for 70,613 people, one hospital, and 27 schools. Big time populated tornado warning right there. And that's in a general thunderstorm risk. Looks like Yep, that's a bookend vortex. Sure is. You can see the... Let's see, you see these surging out here. Right in this area. Curls right around like that. So you've got a bookend vortex. Quite classic bookend vortex right there. I missed the beep in the talking robot too, but that software decided not to work anymore. It just doesn't work anymore for some reason. For me. I could try to renew my subscription again to see if that helps somehow. Just quit working one day, just stop working. GR Earth. Oh, that's a PDS severe now. I just caught that in the corner of my eye. PDS for 2.75-inch hail there for Brentford. So make sure you're in your safe spot there. This observed tornado warning likely needs a new warning here very quickly, as it's probably going to try to produce another tornado here soon, if it's not already still producing one. Very, very easy to spot a classic supercell embedded here in this cluster. Definitely needs a new tornado warning that expires in 6 minutes. Let's see if there is anything different with the new HRRR. Still shows the same scenario. The HRRR is just not handling convection well in northeastern South Dakota at all. It is handling it absolutely atrociously. Actually, it's handling all the convection wrong. The placement of pretty much every single one of these storms is dead wrong on the new HRRR. All these storms, I believe, are more south than what the HRRR is showing. Yeah, every last one of them. The main three are all more south than what the HRRR is showing, so that ain't going to be a good model run. Yep, there's your new tornado warning. That is observed. Let's see here. Let's see, 6:09 Central, so that was literally 1 minute ago. Tornado was observed by the public, and warning remains in effect until the top of the hour, which is 50 minutes. 50 minutes on that tornado warning. Go back to Ohio, because we have a tornado warning with over 70,000 people there. Still a very weak, broad area of rotation with that moving up to the northeast. Very, very, very populated region here. Really populated. Especially when you get to the end of this tornado warning. This is heading towards the southern southwestern portion of Norton. Very populated region here. Around 3 different interstates. So, hopefully this does not drop a tornado, because it's a really populated region. It gets even more populated off to the northeast. I can't tell what this is trying to do from radar, but just from a corrupted standpoint on the reflectivity, you can tell it is definitely still tornadic. It's just hard to say how tornadic. Hopping between like 5 different chasers. Most chasers are trying to reposition for a better angle on this storm as it moves to the southeast. One of our more populated warnings here in South Dakota for this event. This one has 1,648 people, 4 schools, no hospitals. It includes the towns of Bonesteel and Pickstown. Gotcha. So Pickstown, Bonesteel inside that tornado warning. And that's over 1,600 people in that warning. Definitely could re-intensify. Also, new tornado warning extended there. Further to the north, tornado warning has been expanded considerably. We're losing 2 warnings up here. Actually, we already lost 1 tornado warning. We're going to lose another tornado warning. And because of that, they've issued another tornado warning to expand this into White Lake and Plankinton. And still includes Crown Lake there. Or Crow Lake. Crow Lake. Looks like that is actually strengthened substantially. That looks a lot better. We'll need to keep an eye on that. No wonder why they continued that tornado warning. "2025 has been the year of boundaries, man." Okay, there we go. Yeah, so still gonna keep an eye on those tornado warnings. Also, still search and rescue ongoing by chasers on that damaged house. Let's see here. Okay. So again, remain in your safe spot here. And if you're not in your safe spot, get to your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. Also, this is really surged out. See that surging of the hook? That's going to allow for better inflow here for sure. Because compared to 30 minutes ago, which, by the way, 30 minutes ago was producing that intense tornado, you could see it didn't have the best notch of inflow. The hook echo was embedded right in here, right? So your supercell structure about 30 minutes ago, this is what it looked like. It had the classic eagle split. And then it really didn't have a solid hook with a good inflow notch. And now, whew, gracious. Now you've got a really big hook echo and a very clear inflow notch there. Look at that. Really, really good inflow notch. That is definitely turned into a big beast of a supercell right there. We are down to 2 tornado warnings out here. 1 observed, 1 radar indicated. We still have that tornado warning back out here in Ohio for 14 more minutes for a bookend vortex that is attempting to drop a tornado. Still a very weak, very broad area of circulation. Again, very populated area. Over 70,000 people live in this tornado warning. So a lot of people need to be seeking shelter here in this tornado warning here in northeastern Ohio. Doesn't look like it's gonna re-intensify any further. I mean, dude, I did not loop it that far back. Hello? Yo, I gotta get hold on, we gotta get GR2 up there. I need to go back on that warning before it was even tornado warned. That was very strong. I gotta go back, see if that had a CC drop at all. 1 more frame. That very spectrum width, possibly. Yeah, that very well could have put down a tornado. Very well could have put down a tornado unwarned. And then it got warned after that last strong scan. That's a really good couplet there. Like, it's not insane or anything, but like that's a solid 60 to 80 mile an hour rotation right there. I would not be shocked if that produced a quick tornado south-southwest of Sterling. But now that book and vortex is completely gone, the line is surged out in front, so we'll need to keep an eye on this just in case. But yeah, I believe they just canceled that tornado warning. I agree with that. No longer tornadic. But we'll keep an eye on that in the future just in case. Wouldn't be shocked if that did produce a tornado whilst it was unwarned. New tornado warning, radar indicated. So we will go back to radar indicated here in 3 minutes. But definitely going to need a... Wait, hold on. Where did I see 3 minutes from? My bad. This is still observed for 41 more minutes. Where the heck did I see 3 at? Where did I even see 3? This thing never said 3. I apologize. 41 minutes still staying observed there. Just went back into my live stream to see if there was a 3, and there was not. Yeah, so this is going to stay observed for 41 more minutes here. And then it will drop back down to radar indicated with that new expansion radar indicated down into Spencer in northeastern Nebraska. Let's see here. All right. So I didn't get any news off of that house, but I know someone who lived in at least in one of those 2 houses is definitely okay. She's alive. Don't know if she's injured yet. I haven't been listening enough, but I know one is at least alive there. I don't know if there was anyone else in the house or anything like that. So hopefully there was no one else home. And I'll continue to update you guys on that the best I can, but I'm not listening to that audio very closely because I have other chasers that I'm also going back and forth between to see if this is trying to reproduce. Still big old hook echo there. It looks like the hook is getting a little bit more ingested into the base of the supercell now. Very large area of rotation, but no idea how much of that rotation is actually getting down towards the surface. And then our little guy up here towards Crow Lake still, even though it is little, it is still rotating quite a bit. It is still rotating. Wind threat has definitely not picked up on that like some models were suggesting. Definitely did not pick up with a wind threat at all on that. So, like, where is this increase of damaging winds supposed to come from? Because this active tornado warned storm has been struggling the entire time. This big cluster has moved way off to the south-southwest. And this stuff is really far north. So, like, where is the increase in 90 to 100 mile per hour wind supposed to come from for this area? Because right now there is still, like, no notable convection in that area. Those storms north might barely nick the north side of that, and the storms to the southwest are still staying well to the southwest. We'll have to see if this starts to move more east, because this storm is moving due east. This is moving due southeast, so this is starting to merge together right here. We'll have to see which storm motion wins here. Is this stuff going to start moving due south-southeast, like it half the storm still is, or is it going to start moving due east like the other half of the storm still is? What's going to happen there with that motion? We'll find out over the next hour or so. So far, though, the only storm to touch our moderate has been this destructive severe on the extreme northwest side of the moderate. And then we've had just little tips of these normal severe warnings in the far northern side of the moderate. But we have had, outside of that one destructive severe that has just entered the far northwest quadrant of our moderate, we've had nothing in the moderate risk today. That will change, though. That will change. They just dropped that destructive severe, dropped it back down to 1.75 inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Probably not going to be tornadic anytime soon. It's in a bad environment for tornadoes. I wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado with it eventually, but right now that is not very well organized. In terms of any tornadic area of rotation. Yeah, and still, we don't got a good radar out here for this northern storm. I think this is a Sioux Falls radar site, the closest one we have. Still shows a good area of rotation in the upper levels, but no way to know if that's making it to the lower levels without any chaser input on this. So we're going to continue to watch that closely. This observed tornado warning, I'm not too sure if that's on the ground or not. You know, it's just be in your safe spot. You're in a tornado warning, which means get to your safe spot, and it may still be observed. Oh, there you go. No longer observed. So there's your answer. No longer on the ground. Let's see. New meso analysis. I believe I already looked at this, but I'll just look again. Temps have definitely come down a lot. About 10 degrees cooler in southeastern South Dakota. Away from these storms, closer to Sioux Falls. So definitely a lot cooler temps. But no, still no crazy windbag here. Our moderate risk area has perfectly dodged storms aside from the far northern side. Aside from this one storm in the far northern side of the moderate, and then these two that are barely clipping the northern edge of the moderate as well, which those are normal severes, and this one's actually canceled, so only one now. Barely in the moderate there. And then that considerable in the moderate in the northwest side. But this entire portion of our moderate has had absolutely nothing happen here. Which obviously, that's going to change as we go throughout the rest of the day, but we were expecting storms to be in the west side of the moderate by 7 o'clock. Like, storms were supposed to be right in here by 7 p.m. They were supposed to be in the west side of the moderate, moving to the southeast like this. Or be on the far west side of the moderate here, moving like this to the east. Either to the east, southeast. And right now, everything has dodged it. The moderate is just being dodged. Still good area of rotation here in the middle upper levels near Crow Lake. Just going to keep an eye on that. Every tornado warning still radar indicated. Bit early to mention, but the SPC does have a new outlook coming out here in an hour and a half, so I wonder if we'll see them drop the entire northern part of the moderate there. I don't know, Sam. It's played out just as weird as I was thinking. I knew it was either going to be a crazy MCS / derecho or a very weird convecutive evolution. I believe I said that in my outlook earlier today. Yeah, I said a complex and uncertain convecutive event will unfold later on today with the possibility of multiple damaging destructive wind gusts with either clusters of severe storms or a derecho. Which we've definitely gone with more of the clustered mode here. Clustered to discrete. I would be shocked if they keep the northern portion of the moderate, honestly. With how it's performing so far, I mean, this whole outlook looks completely wrong to what we're seeing right now. Honestly. And the model guidance is just all over the place. Yeah, there's your new severe watch, and very low probability for this one. Looking at a 10-5 for Tor, 40-10 for wind, 30-10 for hail. And that is actually in a sliver of your moderate risk area, by the way. So a sliver of that moderate risk just got a low-end severe thunderstorm watch. So I highly doubt they're going to be keeping that northern moderate. The moderate risk has always been iffy. It's always been iffy. Ever since they pulled it this morning and ever since I woke up and saw the moderate, I've always been iffy about the moderate. I said that from the get-go. I do still think this has a chance to verify in a portion of a moderate. Like a localized moderate still has a chance to verify somewhere out here. I don't know how the convecutive evolution is going to be, so I just don't know. But so far, we're at 1 observed 80-mile-an-hour wind gust, so we'll see if we get any more than that or anything higher than that. I saw someone in the chat say, you know, talking about me saying the 5%, I don't see it performing. Yeah, well, guess what? It didn't. Buddy, the 5%. Oh, hold on. I think that counts. We officially have a tornado warning in the smallest sliver of our 5% tornado risk. That is the first corner of a tornado warning to touch our 5% today. The 5% has not performed at all. Much of our tornadic activity has been in the 2% to no tornado risk. That's the first tornado warning to barely touch the 5% tornado risk. So nope, the 5% has not performed whatsoever. Now, this portion of our risk area that is in the 2% to the less than 2% tornado risk area, yes, that's performed as a 5%, but that's not where the 5% was. So no, I'm still correct. Unless something groundbreaking forms, I don't see a way that this 5% performs still. I still stand by that. But I will say I was dead wrong with there being a tornado or two threat. It was definitely, today definitely was multiple tornadoes. Definitely had multiple tornadoes. And definitely had at least 2 strong. So I was definitely wrong with that. But then again, with such the elevated profile and such crappy wind shear, if I saw somebody saying a few strong tornadoes is possible today, I would have been like, you're insane. You're insane. Less than 50 0 to 1 kilometer SRH with less than 90 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, minimal boundary interaction, and a very elevated profile of 20 plus dew points and temperature spread. You're insane. I did not see that at the beginning of the day. I don't think anybody else did either. I did see someone say an isolated strong tornado can't be fully ruled out, but I didn't see anyone say like multiple tornadoes possible with a few strong also possible. Nobody ever passed that, brief strong tornado can't be fully ruled out wording. Good morning, Caleb. But I don't know really. The SPC outlook, and it's definitely not the SPC's fault because the model guidance has been garbage today. This is completely underperformed fully at the moment. We've had 180 mile an hour wind gust at the moment, and it was in the enhanced risk. And the enhanced risk to a small sliver portion of the slight risk, this got downgraded to 70, but it was 80. So I like I said, I see a way that a localized moderate could verify tonight, but this big of a moderate is not going to verify. End of story. It's not going to happen. There ain't no way. Same goes with that 5%. I don't see a way that's going to verify. Hail risk? They missed it. Hatched area should have been more to the southwest, even though, again, really, models struggled all day and still was a very difficult call. I think we had 2.5-inch hail in this hatched risk, which still, I mean, one event of 2.5-inch hail in the hatched risk, that's still large hail, but we had a few hailstones of 1.5 to 2.75 inch in diameter on the southwest side here, outside that hatched hail risk. So not atrocious placement for the hail risk, but just at the moment it didn't verify perfectly. And like I said, the wind threat has been horrible. Wind threat has underperformed significantly. Hail threat underperformed quite a lot at the moment. Still could change though, if that storm manages to strengthen further, which not impossible, but the thing's been dying out for the last 30 minutes, so I find it unlikely. The tornado threat is significantly underperformed. Just the placement of the risk was not good, but the placement of the risk did align with some model guidance. Just very tricky, though. Very, very tricky event. I couldn't have done any better. I could not have done any better. Model guidance was all over the place. I could not have done any better at all. Let's see. Oh yeah, the 2% tornado risk verified is 5% debatably 10 sig tor. Let's see. This is a little concerning. Buddy, if this is a little concerning, what the heck was the violent tornado earlier today to you? Or the strong areas of rotation? Like, how is this a little concerning? This is like a blob of heavy rain with some very small hail, isolated 10 mile an hour wind gust, and frequent lightning. How's that concerning? Like, yeah, if this goes through your area, don't go outside, but outside of that, That's it. It's in the wake of a cool pool with limited instability behind the main supercell. I doubt it's going to be doing anything crazy. Ah, yes, the southern side of the cluster, which we're scanning through freaking 5 different supercells to look at. Yes, very concerning. Totally not complete and utter corruption. I bet that considering we're looking 20,000 feet up in the atmosphere, I'm sure this is actually 100-mile-an-hour winds ongoing, right? For sure, man, for sure. Definitely. 100%. Definitely not being sarcastic. Yeah, no, that's complete and utter corruption. The other corruption you called out with the tornado was like, that was like 10,000 feet up. This thing's double that. What about if I use this radar? How far is that corruption? That's still 12,000 feet. And look how much that changes. Look at this. Look at this. You're going to tell me this is something concerning? Like, it pops out of nowhere. And this is very clearly, that's clear air. So, I don't know what's concerning to you here, personally. I don't see a thing. I wouldn't rule out it strengthening in the future as it hits a better pocket of instability, but in the short term, for like the next hour, it's nothing. Literally. It's probably not rotating, though. That's the point. This is corruption. So, does that mean that if I go take this radar site over to, let's see, Montana, so this is rotating, right? This is rotating a bunch, then. This should be like a strong tornado being possible, if that's the case. Or let me go to this radar site on the west side of Montana, see if I can see any rotation. Oh my goodness, look at that. 10,000 feet up. Crazy rotation, right? Totally not complete and utter corruption. Totally not. Even this storm in White Lake. This radar site is 12,000 feet. Like, this is a bit difficult to tell, but this storm has a history of producing areas of rotation, so I don't think it's very tornadic. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with it, but hey, there you go. They just canceled that warning and then added it back, so. They're like, joke's on you, we're going to remove it and then add it back so you look like a fool saying, hey. But that looks like corruption there to me. It's still radar indicated. I think that's just a bunch of corruption at the moment. But, hold on, let me add on. That area of velocity is not in a complete clear slot. Whereas with this area of velocity, it is completely in a clear air slot. So there's one big difference. This might not completely be corruption. There may still be a little area of rotation worth a tornado warning, which is why it's actively warned. No, it didn't actually get canceled. It was just a weather-wise quick bug. It was being updated. They didn't actually cancel it and then immediately reissue it. They just updated it. Weather-wise took a split second to realize it wasn't canceled. Just happened to be as I was talking about it. You've seen crazier things happen before? Well, yeah, but corruption's corruption, bud. End of story. It's a clear air slot. Like, there's nothing more to it. Post on Twitter. Do it. I wanna see how people would react here. Post on Twitter. Tornado is possible with this supercell over just west of West Brule. And see what people say. I bet everybody in the comments is going to be like, what are you on? There is no way that's a good area of rotation. You're scanning through, if you use the Sioux Falls radar site, you're scanning through an active tornado warning that's trying to produce a tornado, scanning through a hail core, scanning 12,000 feet up, 20,000 feet up actually, into this supercell with a little area of rotation. And then if you're using this radar, like, yeah, it is closer, but it's still 13,000 feet up. It's still scanning through multiple different hail cores with weak, damaging winds and small hail, but it's still full corruption. It's still full corruption there. I think you're overdoing it a bit. Yeah. Next time I'll just completely ignore him instead of trying to teach him a lesson and let him know it's corruption. I'll just ignore you next time. I'll do that. Good idea. I didn't think about that. Man, this is also very corrupted too. But there is still probably at least a broad area of some rotation here. And considering this storm is had a history of producing a tornado, it's already well matured. And there's 2 tornado warnings on it. It's definitely at least tornadic. I mean, yeah, it is concerning because it's capable of producing a tornado. But this little booger over here with a single lightning strike and heavy rainfall, no. Looks like this storm in White Lake, I mean, it's trying its best to intensify. Again, those velocities are still over the hook echo, but the inflow is in a clear slot, so rotating to some extent. How much? I have no idea. Another severe warning inside the moderate here on the far northern side of our moderate. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail there. Should be getting a new HRRR. This is the last HRRR of the day, technically, if we count the day from 0Z to 0Z. UTC time, 00Z is a new day. SPC time, 12Z is actually a new day. And then from normal time zones, like Eastern time zones, midnight is considered a new day. So it changes. It varies. It varies. A new day could be considered 8 a.m. A new day could be considered midnight. A new day could be considered 8 p.m. But yeah, 23Z HRRR renders here. Starts rendering in 10 minutes, and then we'll get the 0Z at 8:50. 8:50, 8:55. It wouldn't shock me if they dropped this tornado warning, but it also wouldn't shock me if they just keep it going. Just because the storm has a history of producing tornadoes. Let's check back up on this area of rotation. That still is not rotation, is corruption. Looks ridiculous. Looks very concerning. Right, Sam? Right? Very concerning, little concerning there. Whole hail core just fell apart too. All right, let me just go back over to here. Well, Sam should learn. He should know these things. He's been a viewer on the channel for a very long time. He's very active in the weather community, and he's watched a lot of tutorials and spotting out corruption in clear air from 20,000 feet away in a radar hole through multiple hail cores. And you call yourself he's a weather enthusiast. Yeah, I'm gonna drag it on. I'm gonna drag it on a bit. You should see what I do to Lucky. I've dragged on some of Lucky's mistakes with radar identification for years. I still make fun of him for some things, even years after it's passed. So dragging it on, 15 minutes, not horrible. And Lucky still makes fun of me years later too. I wonder if that contamination is surface-based. It probably is surface-based. It likely is surface-based because it's in a, well, let me finish this, but I gotta show you something else too. It's in a cool pool, so the environment's already been used up, so it's probably in a surface-based environment. A new tornado warning, though, for this area of rotation in White Lake. Moving a bit more south here. So, Aurora Center. Do you see Aurora's there? Is that why it's called Aurora Center? Under a tornado warning there. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Why the heck is it -4 degrees Fahrenheit and -9 degrees for dew points in central South Dakota? What the heck happened? It's 79-69 here, 81-69 here. Back out in front of this line of storms here, it's 81-81. And then there's just a random MEDAR with -4, -9. What happened? I'm not 100% sure, but I think that might be a glitch. I think that might be a glitch. Welcome, Brooklyn. Glad to see you in here. I don't know. You never know. Right, Sam? It might not be a glitch. It might not be a glitch. Maybe it's just, maybe the radar's just a bit far, and somehow that correlates to the MEDAR. You never know. Let's see here. I'm waiting to see if this thing intensifies at all. Oh no, Sam. It's no longer rotating anymore. Your 2 pixels of corruption have dissipated. There's still corruption on the clear slot there, though. Oh, man. Only one severe thunderstorm remains up here on the northern side of our risk. Completely dropped that severe for Turton in northeastern South Dakota. So really the main risk to watch at the moment is literally just this small corridor. Literally just this tiny corridor here. There's an isolated severe down here in Nebraska. I knew it would happen. I knew it would happen. I kept coming back to it because I knew it. I knew it was going to get severe warned after I made fun of Sam. But it's not tour possible. It's not tour possible. But it is warned for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, which actually goes to prove my point. Because that means there is going to be hail corruption when you're looking far away, because that has 1.5-inch hail, which means radars from far away definitely scanning into it, and hence why that radar from the northeast has a hail spike right here. because it has large hail, and thus it's signifying definitely corruption out here. So it's not torp possible yet. I don't know. I it might not be impossible in the future for that to try to rotate, but right now it's definitely not. That's totally a debris ball. Look at the left side. Yep, totally. Definitely not just a big hail spike corruption there. Definitely not. Sarcasm, by the way. That is 100% full hail core contamination. Hail spike. My fan is making this rattling noise, and the only way to stop it is to smack it. So I'm gonna go smack my loud fan on my dresser real quick. I'll be right back. Fixed it. Sometimes you just gotta kick it, smack it, and it fixes itself. Now it's perfect. Now it's quiet again. Stupid fan. Let's see here. Call that fan stupid, but if it wasn't for it, this room would be like 90 degrees because of my computer. Let's see here. Um, People are still saying like, yeah, it's nocturnal. Everything's supposed to pop off after dark. Derecho's really supposed to be after 8 Eastern. Give it time. Buddy, the convection is completely too far south, and there's nothing further north in the main moderate risk area. What are you talking about? The thing's underperformed. I just saw people talking about it on Twitter. Like, give it time. It's not a bust. All of our activity has literally been outside of the moderate. We've had a corner of a tornado warning in the moderate, which has been disextended and is well away from the moderate now. And then we've had our one severe for considerable hail up here on the northwest side of the moderate. And this has just got added to 70-mile-an-hour winds. It indeed has been upgraded to observe 70-mile-an-hour winds on the far north side of our moderate up there for Millbank and Summit in northeastern South Dakota. But there ain't no way the moderate performs. Like, it's not going to. We could still see an isolated gust up to 90 miles per hour, and we could still see an MCS produce widespread 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. But it's not going to perform. It's just not going to. By the time everything's all said and done, it will either be a complete bust of the moderate risk or a severe underperformance. Right now, if this is it, it's a full-blown bust. There's your new severe watch. Or maybe that's just a little expansion. Nope, that's your new severe watch. Now, if probabilities have decreased, that's how you know the SPC is going to be like, yeah, this event's cooked. So our wind probs on our old watch is 80-70, which is borderline PDS. Our new watch that has just been issued, our probabilities are to be determined. I'm on the site that gets probabilities early, and it doesn't even have it yet. To be determined. That's what those probabilities are. Let's see here. All right. Waiting. Can the watch props come out now? It's it's the same. Tor probs are a little bit less. The strong tornado probabilities have decreased by 5%. Hail probabilities have decreased quite a bit, especially significant hail, but the wind probabilities remain the same. And still 90 mile-an-hour winds likely. Okay. Still 90 mile-an-hour winds likely. With gusts up to 100 possible. Which means they are definitely not dropping the moderate risk here in an hour. They might drop portions of it, but they are definitely not fully dropping it with that type of wording. And that watch goes for another 6 hours, all the way until 2 a.m. Eastern. HRRR was semi-correct. It's definitely got the placement, the timing, and the intensity of the storms wrong, but I think it's handled this the best so far, even though it hasn't been, even though it hasn't been great. I think it's handled it the best out of any model run at the moment. Also, I don't know when that happened, but they completely canceled that tornado warning in Nebraska. Since this storm, we talked about it. Is it going to move more south or more east? It's going to move more east. So if we do get an MCS tonight, it's going to have to be from this mess down here. Moving to the east. That's what it's going to have to be from, because now we know that it is actually going to move east instead of south-southeast. So we'll need to keep an eye on that as it moves further into southeastern South Dakota, northeastern Nebraska, into northwest Iowa. That's going to be our best chance for damaging winds here, which is why I was saying, there's a chance this southwest side of the moderate does verify. If this MCS can really get going, there is a chance. But there ain't no way this portion of the moderate is going to verify at all. Like that, I think we can almost call that a bust already. There is still one severe in there, but unless this somehow becomes a derecho out of nowhere and we see an absurd amount of convection come out of nowhere down here, there ain't no way. But so far, most of our severe weather has been focused across this very small corridor here in the enhanced and slight risk area, where we've seen a couple tornadoes, 2-3 strong, 2.75-inch hail, 80 mile an hour winds. We've seen all those hazards in this little area here. The moderate risk, we had a 2.5-inch hailstone here, severe storm for 2.5-inch hail. We've had 70 mile an hour winds in this area, and then we had a very small corner of 60 mile an hour winds somewhere up here, and that's been about it. That has been it. Oh, and then the very small corner of a tornado warning touched the moderate risk here. Like somewhere right in here, we had the edge of a tornado warning hit our moderate. So I think our best chance for 90 mile an hour winds and a slight portion of the moderate verifying is going to be back out here towards Sioux Falls with this cluster as it moves off to the east. Lower level jet. Yep. The lower level jet. What about it? The lower level jet may increase by 2 knots. Now, in reality, like, the lower level jet's not going to increase at all, so I don't think that's going to play a role in anything. We could get a little lower level jet going of 30 knots, but considering, let's see what the lower level jet is at right now. I bet it's at like 25 knots. Let's see. Lower level jet is at... Yeah, there's no lower level jet. How about that? So this model run that says we could get a knot of like a lower level jet of 25 to 30 knots, that's dead wrong because we don't have a lower level jet right now. And if we do, it is very, very weak. Still at 2 tornado warnings out here. See what the new HRRR has. Okay, so it does have that MCS still happening. Even though storms are very far south, it still has an MCS going into southeastern South Dakota near Sioux Falls and into Sioux Falls with the potential of 75 to 85 mile-an-hour winds. Moves into Iowa, and it does have a bow echo at 11 o'clock Eastern tonight in northwest Iowa with damaging winds upwards of 90 to 100 miles per hour. And then it rapidly weakens after that, and everything falls apart with the isolated gust of 60 being possible and not ruling out the isolated gust of 70 being possible past midnight. So, there you go. It also has these storms continuing southeast with the isolated 60 to 70 mile-an-hour wind gust, and then eventually those two merge together and die out. These two eventually merge together in northeast Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, and die out. So the main damaging wind potential will be focused over a very, very small area here. Really focused in this corridor. I think that's like the main area. Looking at the newest model guidance, and we'll get a new meso-analysis here shortly too. So again, I wouldn't rule out like that small portion of the moderate near Sioux Falls back towards northwest Iowa. I definitely think it still has a chance to verify. But the entire moderate's not going to verify. All right, that tornado warning still continues for 24 more minutes. And right now, this southern severe is a normal severe. It's not significant. And this severe here in southeastern South Dakota is significant for 70 mile-an-hour winds. So these this cluster of storms should take a sharp right turn, which it's actively taking. And according to the HRRR, which means not very reliable, we should have... This is how we're going to know if the HRRR is correct. We should have 85 to 90 mile-an-hour winds ongoing here in about 50 minutes. According to the HRRR, we should have 85 to 90 mile-an-hour winds ongoing in southeast South Dakota in about 55 minutes. The last time it said that, it was completely dead wrong. So, not trusting it this time. Proxy literally just copied somebody's tweet, and he knows it. He literally just Control-C, Control-V somebody's tweet, and he knows it. Man, I haven't looked at this satellite in a hot minute. Definitely very cool cloud tops on those southern storms. And I'll keep watching this. I'm curious to see if this can intensify any further, because I mean, it's getting organized. The HRRR wants it to continue to produce 70-mile-an-hour winds at least for the next hour. Then it weakens a little bit at 10 o'clock with just isolated 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. But it keeps it alive the entire time. So that's probably your main two areas to watch here. Main two areas to watch is right in here for the potential of 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. I wouldn't fully rule out 80, but 80-mile-an-hour winds is going to be very hard to get. And then, of course, right back out in this small corridor here as well. Which I think we could see multiple 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and a few approaching 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gust. Wouldn't fully rule out the gust up to 100 as this goes into Iowa past 10 p.m. Eastern. We did get a Tor possible severe for this storm area of rotation there. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Tor possible tag for Michelle in southeastern South Dakota. This is in effect until 9 o'clock Eastern, so that's 51 minutes left on that severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back over here again. I have to refresh. There we go. That's contamination. All right, tell me why. Tell me why. Beam height is about 6,000, which is very high. So I definitely wouldn't... Yeah, I definitely wouldn't anticipate this being like a tornado on the ground or anything, because that's really, really high up rotation, according to radar. But it could be translating down to the surface. Another thing on why this is likely not corruption is radar beam is clear. It is a clear radar beam, which helps a lot. That helps a lot. Even if it's high up, even if it's 6,500 feet up, the clear beam helps a lot with a accurate radar beam and radar scan. Comparing the velocities there, which they thankfully did weaken on that newest scan, red is going away from radar, green is going towards the radar, which is an area of rotation. And there is definitely a strong enough storm in place here. So, nope. Doesn't look like corruption to me. I don't think it's going to tighten up an absurd amount, but I do think this has a chance to produce a tornado in the future. And it's currently staying as a broad, weak area of rotation. But we will have to watch it, because I think there's a chance it tries to produce in the future, which is why it's got that Tor possible tag. But it is a little far from the radar. It's definitely not the perfect height. The perfect radar height is, I believe... Man, I've forgotten. But I know it's like 10 miles. It's like 10 miles away from the radar. 5 to 10 miles away from the radar. So from about that point, 25-mile radius or so. That's like the absolute perfect height there. So that blue radius minus the first 5 miles of this blue radius, that's like the perfect beam height. And then even all the way until about 50 miles, your beam height is still really good and still accurate. It's not crazy accurate, but still accurate. And then once you get beyond 75 miles, that's when it's like, okay, it's getting really inaccurate. And this is literally on the mark of 75 miles away. So 5 to 25 miles, perfect height. 25 miles to 50 miles, still really good radar scans. 50 miles to 75 miles, you're starting to get very inaccurate. You know, might want to double check a few things, give it a few scans. 75 plus miles away from the radar, okay, you're getting very inaccurate. It's probably getting too corrupted. 100 plus, yeah, might as well just not look. Might as well just not look. Which, yeah, Sam's beam there, 140 miles. This one to Sam's presumed area of rotation, yeah, 110 miles. So you're definitely well outside of that 75 or less okay beam height. One 140 miles is still pretty accurate. Yep, for sure. I'm going to move this radar site to the Sioux Falls radar. Oh, also, Sam, they removed your severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. So they removed that severe thunderstorm warning a while ago. Did they, like, issue it and cancel it? Where did it go? Yo, they literally did. Issued it. 10 minutes later, canceled. They literally issued it and canceled it. It was supposed to be for like 40 minutes and it only went for 10 minutes. They literally issued it and canceled it, dude. That's crazy. I don't think that storm lasted too long there, Sam. I don't think that was a great call out. Ah, man. New mesoanalysis. Still a crazy amount of instability. Still very plentiful amount of instability. Let's see if wind shear changed at all. Nope, wind shear is still garbage in the lower levels. But this area is favorable for wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. It's just a matter of if we can get good storms to take advantage of that environment. And I think the best chance for that is on the southern edge with these cells. As they go to the east-northeast. But that's going to be the main area to watch. That entire area is favorable for up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. I can tell you for sure they're going to cut off some of that moderate risk. We'll just have to see how much at the update here in 45 minutes. You know what's crazy? My total YouTube view count on this live stream is so bugged. Because over the last hour, I went from 2,000 total views, 2,030 total views, to 2,020. So somehow, negative 10 people joined the live stream in the last hour. Typically on like my coverage live streams, which averages about 20 to 30 viewers when everybody else is live, typically the viewership goes up about 50 total views per hour. This thing went down by 10. YouTube's bugging. So we're staying live here for still till after the 9 o'clock update because I want to see that risk get downgraded at least in some parts, but the moderate is going to remain quite a bit. A good chunk of that moderate should remain. So we're definitely going to get damaging wind tonight. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's going to be this big of a moderate risk, and I don't think it'll be derecho worthy. The thing I'm most curious about is still to see what happens with this. Right now, it's staying fairly on the weaker side. It looks like this might actually be canceled here or allowed to expire in the next 11 minutes. We'll have to see because they haven't extended that yet, and they've kept it at observed 70-mile-an-hour winds, so we'll have to continue to watch that. But I think the HRRR is overdoing the intensity of this line. It wants widespread 60 to 80-mile-an-hour winds for the next 6 hours out of this line, and I think that is considerably overdone. And then I do think we could see still widespread 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds for the next few hours out of this blob of convection. A few gusts of 80, and I wouldn't rule out the isolated wind gust of 90 or 100. I wouldn't rule out the isolated gust of 90 to 100 tonight. Just got put in a severe watch over there, Emma. Storms are still expected to be late, likely close to 11 o'clock Central Time. Still looks like 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds is a very real possibility. You'll have to be very unlucky to get a gust greater than 70. The wind gusts greater than 70 miles per hour are going to be very far and few between tonight. Very, very far and few between. All right, so next thing to wait for here is the HRRR, if that's something we're wanting to wait for somehow. At 8:55, that's the 0Z model run. And then the main thing, though, is the SPC outlook at 9 Eastern here in 40 minutes. All right. Hopefully I remember that at 9 o'clock. I'm supposed to do something real quick at 9 o'clock. See if I remember. I'm probably going to forget. Yeah, these will be the storms that head towards your location, but it's going to be a lot later. Yeah, they're still at least a good 3.5 hours out. At least a good 3.5 hours out. Let's see here. So, yeah, we're left with just one tornado warning for 8 more minutes, and oh boy, I don't think they're going to continue that. I don't think they're going to be continuing that tornado warning. A little broad area rotation is completely gone, but we'll still watch it there north of Michelle. And then, yep, we just lost our severe there. So, severe warning list up here. HRRR likely completely overdoing that. And guess what? We just lost the tornado warning. So we are officially without any tornado warnings. We are down to, I think, one significant severe, and that's it. That's the only notable thing right now. There's no tornado warnings. We are down to just one significant severe out here. This warning has been canceled. This warning has been canceled, and we're left with just this one significant severe. And then, of course, the other 3 ordinary normal severes here. Now, we do have a new upgraded significant severe here. This just got upgraded to 1.75 inch hail in Montana. That's the only severe that remains in Montana. So, very inactive right now. I would end stream in like 5 minutes if we didn't have the new SPC Outlook coming up here in just 40 minutes or so. So we're going to stay live until after that gets issued. Roman, if you keep using caps, you're going to be banned by Nightbot automatically. After so many timeouts from Nightbot, it bans you. So you might start wanting to limit your caps to just a handful per sentence there. And also Rebel emojis after you use like 1, 2 emojis. I think it's 2. It might be 3. I think you're allowed to use 2 emojis, and then once you do 3+ emojis, that's when Nightbot deletes the message. Continuing a 70-mile-an-hour severe here for Scotland in southeastern South Dakota. And that's this little cluster of storms probably going to be our MCS tonight. I'm pretty sure that's the same storm that we saw produce a strong tornado. So, like, literally, if it wasn't for this one storm, this entire event would have been a significant underperformance so far. Which the entire moderate risk already is, but the event as a whole would literally have, like, barely... It would have been barely anything notable. Would have had a few 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and few 2-inch hailstones and a brief tornado, but that's it. Like, this supercell alone has produced 80-mile-an-hour winds observed, multiple 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 2.75-inch hail, 3 strong tornadoes, and another weaker tornado. And it's going to continue on to produce multiple other damaging wind events. So without literally this one storm, this event would have been a wild underperformance. We did just get a new 60-mile-an-hour observed severe, very weird-looking one out here in west central Minnesota. So this is going to continue to produce widespread 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gust, and we could see the isolated 60 or 70-mile-an-hour wind gust with it. Welcome to the stream, DeAndre. Glad to see you here. So, yeah, there's no tornado warning in effect. That overlay, I'm going to refresh it. It still doesn't want to get rid of it. It gives priority to tornado warnings there, but just know that tornado warning has expired. It's been actually canceled. It has not expired. It has been canceled. As for tomorrow, tomorrow's Tuesday. For those who may have forgotten what day it is, because I did. I thought it was a Tuesday already. Tomorrow, Tuesday, I am not going to be live. We could see a couple instances of damaging winds. For those who may have not seen the outlook, here you go. It's a big slight risk for severe weather. No tornado risk. Outlined hail risk is 15%. Could see that upgraded to a 15 sig for the potential of 2 to 2.5 inch in diameter hail. And damaging winds is the main issue, with widespread 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds being possible. Isolated gusts up to 70 will be possible as well. Only way we get a tornado risk is if we get an isolated discrete supercell to fire in central or eastern Nebraska, and even then it's a very conditional risk that I don't expect the SPC to introduce a 2% for. Yep, Lucky was live for a little over an hour before I went live, and then like 15, 30 minutes after he ended his live stream, we went live here. It was like 15 minutes after he ended his stream, I started up. So he did. Although I talked for like 30 of the 1 hour live stream, 30 minutes of the 1 hour live stream, he was there. He was gone for like the first 30 to 35 minutes. Yep. Well, my risk that I outlined in May definitely didn't perform either. That's one of the biggest underperformances I've had ever since I started making those outlooks. I think in June. I think it was June I started those outlooks up. I've only had two main underperformances, and you know what? Both of them were moderate risks. The moderate risk back in the DFW, in sometime this year, June, I think it was, maybe. Big underperformance for half of that risk, and then today. Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna stay with this area. Remember that tornado warning has been canceled. We're just gonna stay here for a little bit and wait. Let's see here. Yeah. Really, this area, that's gonna be what we watch closely here. There we go. Kenny, the face cam literally is the same size, so it doesn't matter where I move, it's still the same size, so it can't block up the whole screen. If you think the face cam's blocking the whole screen, you need some serious glasses, even more than what I have, and I'm pretty blind. And outside of that, at least I'm not so self-conscious about myself and so insecure that I literally have to change a YouTube profile picture that's not even me pretty much on a monthly basis just because I'm insecure about myself. So come on, buddy. Wonder if those velocities are possibly legit there. Could be the start of our 70 plus mile per hour wind threat here. So just watch this closely as it moves over to the east, and we'll see if that intensifies further. Now this is a bit far, so there's a pretty good chance that these velocities are contaminated to quite a good degree. I don't think there is 90 to 100 mile-an-hour winds with this, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have some local gusts a little bit greater than 70 miles per hour with this. That new severe has radar indicated 70 mile-an-hour winds with it at the moment. Yeah, it's definitely a good amount of contamination. It's definitely a good amount of contamination, but I do think that once it gets closer, it might end up strengthening further here. And once our radar gets close, once the storm gets closer to our radar, we'll be able to figure out if that's a lot of corruption or not. Like you just sent me a photo of this little guy out here in Raleigh. This thing has the most vertical cloud structure in North Carolina ever. Like this thing is just a straight up column of an updraft. It probably fired off like a boundary, maybe, because boundaries do that. Yep. Sure did. Look at that. You can see a boundary right here. Ha, there you go. Formed right off a boundary, and now that storm's actually formed its own boundary too. So it formed off of this boundary, and then the storm that just fired off of that boundary formed a new boundary. There's actually a day in North Carolina where that just literally kept recycling all day. Shoot, Simon from the Chipmunks, man. He's very smart, so thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see here. And if that was supposed to be an insult for glasses, literally well over half of the US wears glasses. Like literally like 60+% of people wear glasses in the US. Our eyesights are screwed up. All right, we're 25 minutes from the new SBC outlook. We just gonna keep counting down the time. Still continuing with that severe up here. In western Minnesota. So really, like, literally the only main severe threat that is significant is legit from this singular storm, and that's it. That's literally it. I've been spending a lot more time away from screens, Pete, especially in the last 2 months, but my YouTube career is literally looking at screens, so in April and May my eyes are cooked. That's literally my hobby. Outside of weather, my other main hobby is cars. Shocker, right? In the last 2 months, I've taken a huge interest in cars. Let me go over to... I mean, right now, these are staying as more of separate storms. You can see there's a very clear split between both of these two here. So we'll need to keep an eye on that to see if they end up merging. Right now, they aren't fully merged, so we'll just wait and see about that. Derecho's not derechoing. Yep, this is not going to be a derecho. I can guarantee that. I do still think we have a chance of seeing 90 to 100 mile an hour winds out of a MCS here as this storm moves from southeast South Dakota into northwest Iowa over the next few hours, but a full-fledged derecho is just not happening. It's just literally, that's impossible. I woke up and went back to bed, so I woke up and then chose sleep. Unlike Lucky, though, I didn't sleep until 1:30, 2 p.m. Actually, no, yeah, he was up at 1:20 because he called me at like 1:30, and then he left at 1:40, and then he came back at 2:15. Then he scheduled a stream at like 2:20 for 3 o'clock. And we talked all the way till 3, and then he went and did something from 3 to 3:10, started his stream at 3:15, and then disappeared for 30 to 40 minutes. And then, obviously, after he ended stream around 4:10-ish, he had to go to work. By work, he means sleep. Welcome back, Legacy. Sometimes I can sleep in, like the latest I sleep in, I sleep in till about like 10:15. I end up sleeping in that late till like twice, 2-3 times a month. I'll find myself sleeping in that late. But most of the time, I don't sleep past 9:15, 9:30. There's a new SPC outlook, and they have maintained the moderate, and they've expanded it to the south. So the moderate risk has been shifted to the south, and it is in effect for generally this area here. That's where your moderate is in effect for. So it includes southern, southwestern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota, extreme, barely a sliver of northeastern Nebraska, and a good chunk of northern Iowa. And they also maintain the enhanced risk into central and western Minnesota. And the enhanced risk for a weird unknown reason is still maintained in this area too. I guess they just maintained the enhanced there just so it could look like a normal SPC outlook. But that moderate risk was shifted well to the south. Which I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Severe thunderstorm warning back out here in Fairfield has been continued and is now radar indicated, no longer observed 60 mile an hour winds and around 1-inch hail for the next 19 minutes. I'll wait for that SPC outlook to fully come out and show y'all. I would be shocked if they didn't drop the 5% tornado risk. I'm shocked. They actually kept the 5% and expanded it south. 5% has been maintained in like this small area here. They also expanded the 15 sig hail well to the southwest. A small corridor of significant damaging winds remains possible from southeastern South Dakota into southern Minnesota. Also, an isolated tornado or sporadic large hail may occur. Let's see. A complex mixture of storm modes is currently existing, but the latest trends have indicated a larger scale damaging wind risk that may evolve across northern Iowa, southeastern South Dakota, and southwestern Minnesota over the next few hours. This air mass is very unstable and may support the potential for significant and damaging wind gusts. And that's about it. There you go. Severe probabilities were pushed a little bit further south for convective trends, and also because the OAX0Z sounding remaining very unstable. So they don't mention 80 mile an hour winds or 90 mile an hour winds or anything like that. They don't have the parentheses of 75 to 90 mile an hour winds possible like they did in the last update. But here's your new SPC outlook. You can see the moderate was shifted a bit south, especially in southeastern South Dakota. 5% was shifted well to the southwest. Hail threat 15 sig was shifted well to the southwest. Damaging wind threat was also shifted well to the southeast and southwest. And there you go. And then there's your slight risk in Montana. I'm not shocked it's still a moderate. They rarely drop a moderate unless the event is completely over. It has to be completely over for them to drop it. And, I mean, I don't fully disagree. If there's any place where we're going to see 90 mile an hour winds tonight, it's going to be inside this moderate risk area, and the southwest side of it definitely still has the best chance of that. I'm a little surprised that moderate's that big, though. Honestly, I was expecting like a very narrow moderate like this right in here. I wasn't expecting them to keep the moderate that far north past Sioux Falls. Our SPC outlook was actually before the new HRRR. So, oh, there's the Legacy's cat. There you go. She gave us a warning. Yeah. That's great. Cat's about to walk across the keyboard, and then there's just a bunch of crazy, I don't know what you call those things. I'm too tired. I don't know. I still could be seeing 70 to as high as 80 mile an hour winds here. And a small little pocket going towards Scotland. But honestly, this MCS is not materializing very well, so it literally might just be this blob. We'll see what the HRRR has to say, just to see it. Not like it really matters a whole lot, because it's probably going to be dead wrong. Let's see if we can spot anything. Oh, I was going to say, let's see if we can spot anything tornadic, and then I just saw this little signature right here. As long as those don't wrap around, it should be fine. Nothing should be tornadic out of that, but that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on, especially with the little notch right there. That little notch kind of looks like a little hook starting there. Definitely going to be something want to keep an eye on. So just Alexandria, Farmer, Emory, Spencer, Fulton. You guys keep an eye on this storm. Make sure you're away from doors and windows. Stay close to your safe spot. Know where your safe spot is. They did continue this for a non-tour possible severe. It is 0.88 inch hail, 60 mile an hour wind. So if you're in that new severe thunderstorm warning, be away from doors and windows. And I recommend staying close to your safe spot just in case this tries to become tornadic. Either it's going to be very outflow dominant and produce 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, or it's going to attempt to become tornadic with that area of velocities. One or the other. Let's see. Yeah, but these two will eventually merge. That will likely eventually create a slightly larger storm, might increase damaging winds. So, really, the only area I'm worried about for the rest of the day into the overnight hours is this area in here. That's the main area I'm worried about. Hoping this stuff can stay south of the Sioux Falls Metro. I may go to bed. Sam, it's 8:48. What, do you have school in the morning? It ain't that time of year yet. You still have at least, well, hopefully you have at least a good week or two left. You do? Wait, really? I was just joking. You're the first person that I know who is actually already back in school. Wow. That's crazy. Well, have a great rest of your night and have fun. Have fun at school tomorrow. Lucky still has another like 2 weeks. Well, he doesn't go back, but his school, if he was to go back, he still has a good almost 3 weeks. And my family back here in Virginia, we have another about week and a half, almost 2. But yeah, have fun in some school there, man. When do you go back to school, Caleb? Legacy goes back around the 14th, on the 14th. Yeah, that's when we go back, pretty sure. Of course, I don't go back, but the schools around here go back around there. Catman on the 14th too. I don't know, I haven't looked. Yo, dude, come on, Caleb. Come on. 14th for Rebel too. These winds have weakened a bit as they've gotten close to this radar, but still could see 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts with that. Those velocities of 80 have not held yet. Those have all dissipated. We'll see if they come back, though, as this gets close to the radar. They have you going back on a Thursday? Wow. Dude. Yo, that's a crime, Legacy. I that should be a jailable offense. Going back on a Thursday? Like, dude. I think every school should go back on a Monday. I think that's just reasonable. You go back on a Thursday. That's insane. That's a crime, dude. That's like when summer's around the corner, your last day of school is on a Monday. You know, you go Friday and then you're off Saturday, Sunday, and then your last day of school for the rest of the summer is on a Monday. At least you don't go back Friday, but honestly, I would rather go back Friday than Thursday. Still Friday's bad too. Like just go back Monday. Like why not Either start Monday, the previous Monday, like go back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, instead of going back Thursday, Friday of that week, or just take 2 more days off and then go back the following Monday. Like why you got to go back Thursday? It might have something to do with teachers. Might have something to do with teachers and preparation. That may not let them go back. The same week that past Monday. But then, like I said, just give them 2 more days off, dude. Well, Legacy, I'll be ready to track a hurricane. I'll be ready to track a hurricane during that time frame. I'll be ready for it. Here comes a 0ZH triple R. Let's see how dead wrong this thing's gonna be. And it's already wrong. It's already wrong off rip. Off rip, it thinks there's storms in this area, this area, this area, and then finally it's correct with storms being back in here. So it's completely wrong about where storms are located at the moment. Literally frame 1, that thing's wrong. August 13th, Wednesday. Man. I think that's still a crime. I really don't think school should go back any day but Monday. Kind of did my first chase last Monday. What'd you chase? My first chase was very successful. My first chase was literally, I saw a wall cloud. I got a very lucky first chase. Feels like the first year I chased storms was the best. And then once I got my license, just every storm ever since then was horrific. Like for the first year I chased, I saw a baseball sized hail, or close to it. I saw like 2 different wall clouds and absurd shelf clouds. And I only chased like 4 times in the span of a year. And every chase, 2 of those had wall clouds, 1 of those had a crazy hail core, and then 2 of those had shelves. At least 2 of those. And then ever since I got my license, I've had some crazy shelf clouds, including the one earlier in May, back in Charlotte. But I mean, I can't complain too much because I did see like a bunch of wall clouds, so maybe I should just shut up. Maybe I should just shut up and be grateful for the few wall clouds I've seen. That would be a good idea. At least I got to see some wall clouds this year, right? Maybe I should just be grateful that I saw some wall clouds. I may not be a tornado, but at least I saw some wall clouds. Lucky got a funnel, so. They downgraded this severe instead of upgrading it, so they're quite confident that this event is kind of underperforming here. So it's a bust. I'm labeling this as a big old bust. Even if this does continue to strengthen at least a bit to 70, 80 mile-an-hour winds, the only portion of this moderate that has a chance to verify now is this small sliver. Because storms will likely be too weak to verify this portion of the moderate. They're all at 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, and then this is still at 70, but storms are moving out of there, so. By the time they strengthen here in an hour, the only portion of the moderate that has a chance, and a very slim chance at that to verify, is right in here. And the HRRR is dead wrong with this stuff strengthening. It's sub-severe again, so. I would continue for another half hour, but honestly, I'm probably going to conclude here in 10 minutes. Start concluding here in about 7 minutes. Go eat some supper. I skipped out on supper. My mom had a home-cooked meal, and I skipped out on it because there was a strong tornado on the ground, so. I hate skipping out on home-cooked meals. Terrible. How dare I? That's like the first home cooked meal I've missed since June or early June. The last one I missed, I think, was the one in Texas. That Texas derecho. I miss chicken. Like literally, chicken is like one of my most favorite foods. I know it's basic, but it is. Walked 37 steps today. I walked a mile the other day, which is it's nothing big, but it's the first mile I've walked in like a month. Properly walked, okay? Like I've walked a mile very frequently, but properly like I plan to walk a mile, that was the other day. I haven't planned to walk a mile in a hot minute. I used to do a mile every day and then every week, once a week. So I would do a mile and then I would do like a half mile, then a mile, then a half mile, then a mile, then 2 miles, and then the next day 3 miles, and then the next day half mile, then a mile, and I would do that repeatedly over the course of like I did that for like 3 months, or is it 2 months? February, March. I started in late February, went through all of March, and then I gave up in mid-May when severe weather started to really kick off. I was like, okay, I don't got enough time. I don't have enough time or energy to do this anymore. I need to start that back up. And they did upgrade this to a Tour Possible Severe here, for that broad area of rotation. I would not be shocked if there is any storm that gets a tornado warning after I end. It's going to be either from this storm here moving to the southeast or from this notch up in here. I do think there is a chance for a tornado out of both of these areas. So just keep an eye on this region here. I think there's a chance we get a tornado after I end stream, because that's what we call a TRG moment. It ought to happen. After we ended yesterday, we ended around like 9:30-ish. There was a tornado warning at 9:30. We ended and then immediately got a tornado warning. So the HRRR is wrong. I'm not even going to show you guys it because it's just dead wrong. I'll just do a quick update. So here's what I'm anticipating for the rest of the day. Let's go through it. So for the rest of the night, I'm expecting that this stuff will continue to move off to the east and southeast, congeal up into a line, potentially produce widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. A wind gust of 80 to 90 can't be ruled out. Anything greater than 90 seems almost impossible at this point. Some hailstones up to 1.5 inch in diameter will also be possible. We could see some isolated 50 mile an hour winds in here. Wouldn't rule out a gust up to 60, but mainly everything is going to stay sub-severe in this area. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado for the rest of the night. If there's any chance of a tornado, it's going to be within the next hour, hour and a half in the southeast quadrant of South Dakota, possibly even going into northwest Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, or rather southwestern Minnesota. Most of these severe storms will begin to weaken rapidly just after midnight. A lot of these storms by 1 a.m. should be either an isolated severe or completely sub-severe as they go into central Iowa. So if you do remain, if you are still in this remaining moderate risk area, make sure you are prepared for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. A wind gust up to 70 to 80 can't be ruled out, or rather, prepare for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. A wind gust of 80 to 90 can't be ruled out. 1.5 inch in diameter hail is also going to be possible. And we could see a brief spin-up tornado or two, especially in the next hour and a half across southeastern South Dakota. Aside from that, there is the chance for the isolated severe storm of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and 2-inch hail out here in Montana, with a couple of instances of 50 mile an hour winds. But that's about it. Still going to see some isolated severe storms in Kentucky. Isolated severe storm in Alabama can't be ruled out either. But overall, that stuff's going to stay very weak. So main event definitely going to be focused across southeastern South Dakota into northwest Iowa over the next 2 hours. And then after 11 o'clock, storms should slowly begin to weaken. And midnight storms will weaken rapidly. 1 a.m., pretty much all storms should be well weakened at that time. 1 a.m. Eastern. This is also now observed for 60 mile an hour winds observed. So all storms in the moderate risk area are now no longer significant. Everything is no longer significant. Crap. Never mind. They just upgraded this to 1.75 inch hail. But at least we don't have any destructives, so there's that. Looks like there's not a lot of lower level wind shear out here. If there was, this would really come together, but still, I would watch those two areas very closely. If you are in Emery, Bridgewater, and then back also here towards Spring Valley, I would watch those areas very closely for the potential of a tornado over the next 30 minutes to an hour. But overall, the main event is done. And with that being said, I appreciate you guys tuning in to this 4.5 hour live stream. I was ready to go for a much longer than that, but honestly, it seems like these severe storms are underperforming very substantially. I won't rule out an urgent live stream tonight, but I'm really just going to chill for the rest of the night, watch these storms, and if I deem it absolutely necessary, I will come back. That's just up to me, so I'm going to go get some supper, some food. I appreciate all the mods from chat. I appreciate all over 2,000 of you guys for tuning in. I appreciate all the new subscribers for subscribing. We got about 5 new subscribers in this live stream, so I greatly appreciate it. Glad to see much of this event underperformed. Hopefully everybody who was impacted by that strong tornado back out in East Central South Dakota is all right. Hopefully recovery goes well there. I know at least 2-3 homes were fully destroyed there. Hopefully everybody's okay. So, yeah. Stay weather aware if you're in the moderate risk for the rest of the night. Like I said, multiple instances of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds will likely occur tonight, with an isolated gust of 80 to 90 not being ruled out. Tomorrow, no live stream. Wednesday's a possible live stream, and then we'll just see what happens on Thursday. And that's going to be it for today's stream. Again, I appreciate all you guys for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope y'all all have a great rest of your Monday night. Thankfully, Monday's over. Let's go. Monday's over. Finally. Finally. I do not like Mondays at all. So, yeah, I thought it was Tuesday as well, Legacy. I so heartedly did. I even thought it was Tuesday on Lucky's live stream. I said it out loud. But anyways, thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys in probably Wednesday's live stream if I'm live. Stay safe, watch for your weather, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. stay safe, watch the weather, and I'll see you guys in Wednesday's live stream if I'm live. Thank you, Mods from On Chat. Have a great rest of your Monday night. Good.